my goodness. It's Monday and we are here, right? Welcome in, everybody. Make sure you are tapping the screen, sharing the live. Come and join this safe space. You have something pressing to talk about. We are here to hear you out. Hey, Mighty. I feel like it's been forever. Tap that screen and share the live, please, with everyone, with all of your friends and your mother.
It has been forever, mommy. Where have you been? Doing the
I
video?
know. I've been so awful.
No. We only do what we can. We can only do what we do.
And I really wanted to go live this weekend, and then I kept saying that I was going to record content for my coaching channel today, and I never did it. I'm like at the tail end of writing this article for Substack. Like I started writing, and then I was like, what am I writing about? I got confused in my writing. But yeah, I'm really, really, really trying to be mindful about my food intake because I have not been on my diabetic meds in more than a week. And it's freaking me out a little bit, because my A1C started to go down. And if I don't get my medicine, it's going to go right back up. So I got to be careful.
That's scary. Don't mess with that. Don't let that get out of hand.
It is, well, I got, the medicine is $274 and they told me it's for 5 weeks. So almost 2 months. I can probably make it last for 2 months if I take a little bit less. Hey Bruce, nice to see you. So yeah, I'm trying to get some shit together. Oh, and unemployment said I had no money, so there was nothing for me to file. I'm like, can anything else go wrong? A1C. Oh, yeah. That's the sugar number, I guess. The number that defines how high your sugar is.
A1. I don't know what I'm talking about here.
So I was on a live earlier. And someone was being disruptive. I'm a jack of all trades. I'm an administrative assistant. I do video editing. I do event planning and marketing. I'm a writer. So I do a lot of, and I'm a project coordinator. And I've been trying to reach this guy because I do like part-time for a construction design company. So I have to get paid for that. At least I will hold down the fort for a little bit. But Raph, if you were on this live, I think you would have fucking lost it. Because the person just kept talking, like in between. Like it was, if I was saying something, if he was saying so, anybody that was talking, they were just being completely disruptive.
Yeah. Like that? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, more than that. They were interrupting and like just putting their points, and it was almost like anything you said, just they would override. and they were talking about something specific, and I said, I agree with one part of your comment, but the other part I had to push back on because of ABC. And in between me trying to make my points, I was getting interrupted. Oh, but that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. And I'm like, but let me finish my point.
Can you do that again?
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. And at some point, the host said, "Stop it! Stop!" I was like, "Oh shit!" Yeah, it was kind of funny, but I think, hey Tanya, I think I get that we're all excited to share and talk, and we want to get our point across. I completely get that, but at some point you have to like stop and listen. You know what I mean? You have to just kind of take a step back and see, like, when you say exactly, that's fine. But like if you were saying exactly and then you just like went through a whole spiel, then that's being disruptive. You know what I mean? And people are just like, I don't know, they're not calming down, they're overzealous, excited. And I get the whole ADHD because I'm the same way too. But when I see like somebody is overzealous in their conversations and talking a lot, I don't say anything. I'm like, I refuse to be talking and being interrupted at the same time. So I just don't say anything. I just stay quiet. So yeah. Bruce Almighty requested to join. What's up,
Being
Bruce?
quiet like you right now.
Hello.
Hey, Bruce, how are
Bruce Almighty.
I'm at work. That's how I'm doing.
Oh,
It's most unfortunate.
That background noise.
we always get you at work.
Yeah.
But no, like last couple of times I've been around. I'm actually on my lunch break right now.
What time
But
is it there by you?
I'm in California, sister. I'm 7 o'clock.
So it's 7 o'clock for you. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I work till 11 at night
Falling down.
because I'm a degenerate. Used to be a degenerate, so staying up late was like second nature if you're a degenerate, if you feel me.
Sorry, I was just answering a text because I was telling people I'm gonna go live. Um,
Live right now?
yes, I am. No, she was just answering me now because I guess she was on a call. So she said she'll be here in a few. Get some more people up in here. Send the invites and please keep tapping the screen because it gets me on the FYP so that people can come on in and join our safe space. Although sometimes it doesn't feel so safe.
I was listening to y'all talk about how you guys got like you were in a live earlier and some dude was just running on.
Somebody was talking. I'm leaving out, female, male, who the host was. I'm leaving all of that stuff out because I don't want to, give anything away. And if the person comes on and they were like, "Hey, you're talking about me."
Yeah, you know what? It's funny because there's a live that I like to troll around in or kind of hang out in at late at night, and they got this like an older lady. She's like 74 years old, I think. She's an older woman, and boy, when she starts talking, it's like she's giving the good word at church, and she won't stop talking. I don't know if y'all have ever been to a black church, but once that old lady stands up and starts talking, it's like, oh no, and that's what she. And she's giving us testimony. Praise the Lord.
Guys, can I borrow for
man.
1 second? Just
Sure.
1 second before the time changes. So first of all, I don't know why, but like I needed this, and it's 11:11 here, and Your live came up right at 11:11 for me to come up here. So I just had to say that. So thank you guys.
Well, thank you for
I feel so
that.
blessed.
Maribel, did you do that on purpose?
So I'm so sorry for interrupting, but I had to say that because I was looking like,
I think that's so
wow.
cool. That is
What's
so
up,
cool.
Sons? May is here. Sons is here. Blue is here. May, is so nice to see you. I've been reaching out.
Do you guys believe July is over and we've already started August? Like, what the hell?
I know, it's crazy. My mom's birthday's at the end of the month, and Doge checks are coming out. They're going to be mailed August 32nd.
August 32nd. Let's go. It's about damn
Mother,
time.
your mother, your mother.
In the year
Happy
of
birthday,
February.
30th, I got mine. So
I don't know how people.
The year of
Why
our
do
good
people
Lord.
keep lying? Did you
and look,
Did you see
yeah,
my
for
video? What I said? What did I say in my video? I said, Maggers, I know you like being lied to, the euphoria.
it's an abusive relationship.
It is. It really
So
is.
like I mean, dude, you guys know me. If you know anything about me, I'll go into enemy territory and battle with them on this live. And man, those people are cooked. They have no idea what's really happening in the world.
Hey, little Rican. I'm trying to say hi and type at the same time. What's up, girl? Hey, everybody, make sure that you are tapping the screen and sharing this live. Let's get more people up in here. Let's have some good conversations. Let's talk about what did you do this weekend. Yes, send your heart me. Please don't forget to do that. Let's mix up the conversation and talk a little bit about politics and Hot Wheels making threats to arrest people.
People, yep, sure was.
Can we talk
Man.
about Sister Crockett? Can
We
we talk about it?
Yes, let's talk about her. Apparently, she was out here in Arizona today.
And she said, we all know Trump is a piece of shit. And we know it, and we know it. That was
Did she really say it like that?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm.
She said Donald Trump is a piece of shit, and we all know it. That's what she said.
So what you're
She said
telling
it
me
with a full
is,
entire chest.
I mean, does she need security? Because I got time.
I bet you do.
I've been,
She held nothing back. She just said it straight out for everyone to hear and everyone to notice with her whole full chest, and she meant it.
Go ahead, Bruce.
been looking for an excuse to pop one of them.
Hey, Aunt Viv. Aunt Viv is in the house. She's arrived.
Popping in here, you guys. No, but you know she put her petty out even better today. Because they said 3 p.m. that if the Democrats was not back in Texas at 3 p.m., that they was putting out warrants, and they put out the warrants. And when I tell you that she took a warrant that she had, put that bitch in a frame, and made a whole video, I said, yes, do that damn thing. Yes, she did.
Wow.
Well, let me give you my quick little Californian speech because I always believe that you got to meet kind with kind. So if you are in California, if you have anybody in this live that's in California, call your state senator, your state representative. You tell them that they have to pass or put something on the ballot so we can draw our own districts, or they will be voted out. Do that as soon as you possibly can, and make sure you do it before the Texans do their redistricting.
Do you necessarily have to live in California to do it, or you just can call like from another state?
State.
Okay.
I would suggest if you were in California to do it, but I don't know if you can't. You could probably call if you're from another state and say, hey, listen, if you guys don't do something to respond, I will be in California to campaign against you in a primary.
Wow. You know what?
Call
None
Chris
of this
Murphy
would be
about that.
going on if they knew they would. Because if you know that you're going to win, you wouldn't be going through all that.
But we
The
all
way
know
I
that, right? They're playing. They are playing in the people's face. By the way, that's the warrant right there. You see right there. See how she put it in a beautiful gold frame, and put it
Are
right there.
you serious?
And I think she put music to it. Let me see. I think she did. Let me see.
Wait, but the governor can't take out a warrant.
Well, you see that say Jasmine Crockett right there. See State Representative Jasmine Crockett, and you see how she was saying, well, if he wanted to put out warrants for other people. She said, see, I had a warrant once too. See, and this is it right here. That's the one right now. See, I can zoom in if you like. We can read it together. But what I know to be true is that she said what she said with her whole chest. And don't let me find the other. Hold on. You know what? Y'all give me a second. I'm gonna pull up the other video. Because today has been a day and we need that type of energy. Let me find it.
Did you guys hear about? I don't know if anybody watches wrestling or anything like that. How the WWE booed the living daylights out of Donald Trump.
I was
And you
about
got
to
to
say that.
and you got to remember what's her name? Linda McMahon.
Ugh.
Linda McMahon. Not only that, I kept asking because people kept putting videos up, and I was like, wait a minute. I used to watch wrestling. I was like, wait a minute, that looks like Triple H. And I kept trying to move it, and I couldn't move it because, of course, these were TikTok videos, so I couldn't move it. But I was like, wait a minute. And then so I was like, that looks like Triple H. And then I went, kept scrolling, and then I saw another video. And what they did was, all this was done at the White House at first, before he went to, I think it was SummerSlam. Triple H went outside and did his normal thing where he drinks water, he does this thing, and he spits it out. And I was like, I knew it. I knew that's who it was. And you trying to get him this, and everybody booed the living daylights out of Donald Trump. And he was pissed.
Well, the thing is, they all come together. I mean, even when there's a wrestler named Brock Lesnar, okay, that he came back. He did he came back like at the end because he's been gone like for a while because these allegations. So, of course, I mean, if you're young, of course you're gonna cheer. But if you know the deal about him, everybody was like, ugh. But like I said, they all come together. That's just what they do. That's what they do.
Yeah.
It's
Brock
just-
Brock Lesnar was rotten from the beginning. I grew up on wrestling. I finally gave up on wrestling. I want to say it was 2020, no, 2002. That's when I finally stopped watching everything, but I did keep up with it a little bit. And I started to notice, especially now, well, let's just say before this last election, the difference with some of those people. And I was like, you know what? I'm done. My dad still does watch wrestling faithfully, but he will fuss at the TV and curse everybody out. But he still watches his wrestling.
Yeah, I saw like a lot of people going, they were debating in which they're gonna still continue or not, because this, when you look at all the stuff that they dipped into, yeah, I mean, people don't mess with that. I mean, don't mess with that stuff. They take that seriously, especially if if a guy has kids. Yeah, they wanna. But yeah, like me, it's like it's hard. It's hard. I mean, I won't look at Triple H, you know, all those others, the same. But it's, oh my goodness, and
That's their own
My,
scruples.
man, I'm gonna tell y'all something. This has been out for a while though. One of the wrestlers, I can't remember what his name was, but he's Canadian, right? And he just was like, he got down here to do some, like, start performing in WWE and all these other wrestling federations. And he said, man, I couldn't, like, he wasn't used to there's no racism like that up there in Canada. So when he got down here and started hearing these dudes go off the way they do in the locker room, he was like, damn, these people are racist motherfucker. So he said he didn't know.
Yeah.
But don't let the smooth taste fool you.
It's
The United
sad.
States of America is not the only place that got untoward behavior.
Oh, most
Canada got it
definitely.
running rampant too.
Most definitely. The thing is the people that I decided to look up and find out that went for Donald Trump hurt me. I mean, damn. I mean, The Rock, Roman Reigns, The Undertaker. I loved all of them, all three of them. And I was like, you know what? I'm sorry. I can't, no. I can't do this. And especially when you got millions up under your belt.
Yeah.
No. You got bought. So no, I don't want to be bothered because I'm the one who's actually almost paying for you to be rich. If I'm buying your shows, I'm buying your tickets, I'm buying your t-shirts and all that. No. Mm-mm.
Did you know Vladimir? He was like the biggest fan. He has a whole room dedicated with wrestling memorabilia. I can't talk today.
Memorabilia.
I'm like blah, 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 blah.
Vladimir Putinello.
Just to ask, did anybody see that once? I think it was an address
Mar.
to either it was like a school or something that Linda McMahon did, and she kept saying A1. And I
She
was
was talking about the steak sauce. She was
no,
hungry.
girl.
She
You
was
know what?
hungry. They didn't feed her first.
And I
She was
was
trying to
like,
say AI.
exactly.
She
And
was
I was
definitely
like,
no. She was
not only
definitely
that,
talking about the tangy flavor because she was hungry. They didn't feed
I
her.
know, and that's what messed me up because I'm listening because, of course, she's the one over education. Okay, so I'm listening and I'm like, the school didn't tell me anything about A1. What the hell is this? And I'm listening, and come to find out, the stupid woman was talking about AI.
Cook, bro. We are
Listen,
cooked.
I can tell you, as a former principal myself, no one was more ashamed of this country when they picked a wrestling promoter to be the Department of Education. This is crazy, man. It's crazy.
Well,
Only because she had an idea to become a teacher and possibly become a principal, but she hadn't become a teacher yet. That's
She never set foot in
I
anybody's
know you
classroom.
lying.
exactly.
I know you lying. It's
Nope.
no way.
I'm not lying. She wanted to be before, I guess, probably in her earlier days, before Vince McMahon, she wanted to be a teacher.
Why
Well,
can't these people stay in their lane? If she wanted to be a teacher, she should have pursued that career and
I
not
can tell you
veer
why.
off.
I can tell
well,
you
thank
why.
God she didn't. She'd be like the trench
Wait,
bull.
before
she
you
did.
tell me why,
Are
Eugene,
y'all
let me
ready?
just say really quick. Okay, we've got 15 people in here. I've got 4 minutes left. I need seven people, or 8 people rather, to give one of those roasts. So please, 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 8 of you. Now I need 7 of you. Give
Are
your
y'all ready?
rosa so that I could meet this goal. Please make sure you're tapping the screen. Please make sure you're sharing the live. And I can't think of anything
Oh,
else. Go ahead, Eugene. You have the floor.
I hate to tell people this, but the reason why people won't stay in their lane is the innate arrogance of whiteness. I'm sorry. I hate to put it that way, but someone has taught a significant group of people in our country that they are the end all be all, and that's what the culture has based itself upon for years and years and years. And so even the ones who are the least qualified begin to believe that they can do anything. And so when you have that, that's why you have talk show hosts as your Secretary of Defense. That's why you have wrestling promoters as your head of education. That's why you have unqualified people doing things that they're not qualified for. And that's the thing. People, they talk about DEI, but women and folks of color are never allowed to be unqualified. If you see a woman or a person of color in a position of importance, they work their ass off to get that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's just keep it a buck. We're not allowed to be incompetent. We're not. The moment you show the slightest level of incompetence, we're out the door. But they'll recycle the same old YT leaders and executives over and over and over again, and put them in different positions and allow them to make mistakes over and over and over again. And I wanted to add one more thing about the wrestling. I've been a wrestling fan since the early 1970s. I'm an older guy. Let me tell you, wrestling has always been racist. If you don't believe me, ask the black wrestlers of that time. Ask the Thunderbolt Pattersons and the Ernie the Cat Lads and the Junkyard Dogs and all. Ask them; they will tell you. Wrestling has always been funky, and some of the best white wrestlers got to be the good mic skills by imitating black people. Dusty Rhodes is a black man's imitation. That's all he's ever been.
Mm.
So
Superstar Billy Graham imitated black men. All that, my brother, and you understand, and all that rhyming and rapping and stuff. They stole that from black wrestlers and used it to their benefit.
which is why I think
Rolex wearing. Who's that?
Ric Flair, all that S talking, all that S
Yeah,
talking.
that
That's
dude.
that's part of black culture. Ric Flair
he
just
admitted
borrowed all that
that.
from the fellas in the streets.
I think Grace wanted to say something.
so. Two things. So Linda McMahon, the reason she was ultimately chosen to be the Secretary of Education was because for a short period of time she sat on the board of some little conservative college, and I guess that deemed her enough experience in education to make her the head of it. Ew. But also to both of all of your points. So my husband and I watched Sinners this weekend,
Mm-hmm.
and I cried so hard at the end. I'm gonna try not to swear. And so of course I had to go back up and I looked up the director, and my husband was like, I don't get it. It was just about vampires. And I said, the movie is an allegory for what YT people taking black culture and kind of sucking it up and making it their own. And I said, and that just makes me so sad because like I had known like I've always known that, but to see it presented in a scary movie format, just, I don't know.
Mm.
For me, I don't want to say it was life changing, but it definitely, again, altered my perception
Mhm.
on a lot of things. So,
I saw Sinners too.
I was going to show this, but I'm going to show you guys something different. Because when you talk about the movie, right, I want you guys to see something. Because it's more than just a movie about this thing or that thing, right? I want you to see this man. I, as a child, grew up watching old movies with my grandma. You see this man right here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Robert Johnson. I know a lot of y'all know, but not everybody knows. That's Robert Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
And if you didn't recognize him in Sinners, then you could learn a lot from learning his story. And there was a movie prior to this called Crossroads, way back in the day. Okay? And in that movie Crossroads, they told the story of Robert Johnson, but the guy that played the Karate Kid, I can never remember his name.
Ralph Macchio.
Ralph Macchio?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was just getting ready to ask, do you mean the original Karate Kid? Yeah, Ralph Macchio.
Yes. I tell you, this movie was from way back in the day. He was in the movie Crossroads, and he was actually looking for the lost works of Robert Johnson. And the story of Robert Johnson tells you a lot about the history of music, especially the Black influence on music in the United States of America. And I'm showing this man's face so much because, again, if you look at that movie, they did an excellent job of casting because that is part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot of stories all in one in that particular movie. Now, I know I had the other up, but because you brought that up, I had to bring this up because if you get a chance, you should look him up.
And you know that. The other thing that my husband didn't understand is you had the one Irish vampire, and he goes, when the young what's his face, the young guy whose dad was the preacher, and he started saying the Lord's Prayer, and he goes, when they came into my country and they forced that on me, that's what we heard too. He goes, but it still brings me comfort. And my husband goes, well, I don't get it. And I go, Christianity was forced upon Black people, in large part because they were brought over here and at some point assimilated somewhat. And he goes, I never realized that. And I was like, we weren't, going over there as Christian missionaries. And so for him, it was a learning experience. That movie, I don't know. It just made me so sad at the end when he's like, I don't know.
I felt like he told several stories in one. It's just one of those stories that you have to learn and research a little bit more.
But you know what's so crazy about it is they talk about how Christianity was forced upon people of color from certain parts of the world. Did anybody see the documentary where they actually investigated forensically what Jesus must have actually looked like?
He was dark.
And the thing is, people odds are that Jesus looked way more like a guy like Osama bin Laden than he looked like some
Yep.
white blue-eyed hippie.
Well, right.
So the thing about it is that when it comes to religion and people of color, it's universal. Islam, Christianity, all of those started with the original human being, which we all know comes from Africa.
And
Correct.
at the
Right.
same time, the way I looked at it, and this was just me from when I was younger, because I met people of all walks of life, of all colors, and everything. I'm a splatter too. I'm Puerto Rican. But the way I looked at it is skin of bronze, hair like wool. He ain't white. Are you
Can't,
freaking kidding me?
can't be.
Hello? I'm like, okay, you can't fool me at that time. You can't. And what I chose to do, just from my understanding, my parents didn't instill this in me. I instilled it in myself. I said, you know what? You know what God did was he made a sun that was a combination of all of us that put him with skin of bronze and hair of wool. That's how I looked at it as a child.
I could see that interpretation. The way I looked at it was always, I'm in this church and I'm seeing this guy that looks like some hippie that lives across the street from me. I'm like, that can't be Jesus.
Well, did you see they tore the MAGAs tore Cynthia Erivo apart for portraying Jesus in Jesus Christ Superstar because they are doing a revival, which she did a phenomenal. But they're like
Of the play, like the on stage, like Broadway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, her voice is everything, but they're like, Jesus wasn't black, Jesus wasn't a woman, and people are like, it's a play, like it's okay, and take several seats, but when I refer to Christianity being forced into the black slave that were brought over, I'm not talking about Christianity as people in the know it to be. I'm talking about the white people version.
You mean the King James version? Yeah.
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 I mean, and that's
King James from England. Everybody knows that. Yeah, you're right.
And that's around the time that version was written, and you know, it's hard to, after hundreds of years, to kind of separate out. I went as far as to buy, I saw the it was called the African Bible, and so I bought it because, of course, I like a little bit of history, and it contained all of these missing Gospels, and it was absolutely fantastic to read through. It just gives you a different perspective. And you know, if we can't acknowledge that life started on the continent of Africa, I mean, like, we have, if we look at this through an anthropological lens, we know this to be true.
Now, mind you, it was British white anthropologists that made this discovery. This is not something black people are making up. White folks brought this to the front. So when people say they can't believe it, I'm like, you're just purposely trying not to believe something that is objectively true. We didn't create this some sort of myth. These are people from Great Britain who went down there and did the digging.
Oh, sons, you got an echo.
They're not going to teach Caesar Bulgaria also. This is why we got in this mess in the first place. This is why biblical characters are whitewashed. This is why biblical characters, you see them like, good, wait a minute, did the Europeans, was it Jerusalem / Africa? Yeah. It's like, damn. But yeah, you know, they're not going to teach that, because if they do, I said this 1,001 times, if they do, the Catholic Church and the Catholic Church and the Christian Church, part of it will crumble. Why? Because Europeans, that's what they do. They're basically in the faith anyway, because there's a person that looks like them that's God. Period. If you start teaching them that, you know, what they possibly look like, you know, just listen to them. Oh, hell no. You know, they'll say, well, how you know what they look like? Well, shit. Where they're boarding in?
Hello?
I want to go back to something that Grace had, that was when she was talking about the Bible and like I forget what it was that you said exactly, Grace. It made me think of a live that I was on earlier when someone was sharing about, white people having this fear of, people of color. And I said, I don't think it's fear. I think it's the uncomfortability of that people of color are smart people. We're not dumb, we're not incapable, and it sucks that we have to work extra hard to show that we are educated and credible people that can do a job. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I
I mean,
buy the whole. Oh, I'm
you look at
sorry.
Jasmine Crockett, who is a brilliant lawyer
Correct.
and a brilliant representative for the United States Congress. And she has a sharp tongue, and I love her sass. And she gets called dumb and ghetto. And I'm just like, in my head, I'm thinking, this woman had to work 10 times harder to
Yes.
get to where she is right now than any white man would ever have to do. And it kills me because I can look at somebody and say they're smart, not based on the color of their skin, but by the words that leave their mouth.
My boss.
Speaking of,
I had a
I'm
boss.
sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Blue. Wait, I just want to say this really quick. I had a boss back in 2003. I started working for this very big, prominent law firm, and my boss, she was a black woman, and she would always tell me, she goes, I have to work extra hard. The minute that I sit down and take a rest, they're gonna look at me and say that I'm lazy. Now, I must have been very naive because I never looked at her that way. I'm like, this woman is always running around. She's taking courses, she's doing this, she's doing that. And you know what? It wasn't until I came onto this app that it really opened up my eyes. I'm like, damn, I must have been living in some kind of a shell into thinking that hard work alone was going to get you somewhere. Hey, Mel, not that they separated people of color or even black women, that black women had to take that extra step. And I'm looking at her like I was in awe of her. You know what I mean? I'm like, I want to be like you when I grow up. I want to be able to do all of those things. And I never looked at it that way because to me, everything that she taught me, I took and I apply it to everything that I do now. And I commend her for everything that she did, but it's messed up that you start placing labels on people and looking through the eye of color, so to speak, if that makes any sense. You recognize them, but when I say when you're looking at them through the scope of a color, you're being judgmental because if you're already placing this judgment against them because of their skin color. Go ahead, Blue.
I think it's a little deeper than that, even than just skin color. But I don't know. I could be wrong. But in my personal experience, I find that one, being a woman, just overall, and then the look of what is not perceived as the standard.
Yep.
I think it's I think it's a lot of factors. And once you prove yourself, which you shouldn't have to, but once you do, I find that a lot of things go a bit different. But I don't know. That's just my thoughts.
I hear you, Blue. But normally I might even agree with that. The only thing here is we see too many instances of black people who have proven themselves time and time again, only to be called names, only to be. I mean, I look at Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. They've proven themselves 1,000 times over. Yet on the New Yorker, they want to draw a picture of them looking like monkeys and marsupials.
Yeah, I get that.
Jasmine
No,
Crockett
but
proves herself over and over and over again. Yes, she's too ghetto. So you can prove yourself as much as you want. But what black people don't have is people of color don't have the luxury of mediocrity that white people have.
Eugene,
They can be mediocre
but
and
I
be
never
considered
said,
great.
but this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Because I'm black too, right? I'm black and I'm a woman, and I'm saying I said from my experience, from the things I've seen, from me working in a field of mostly white men all the time. I'm not saying about Barack Obama and Michelle Obama because I can't speak to that. I'm not on that level.
Sure.
But I'm saying for myself personally, to get to a higher level, I had to prove myself. And then once I proved myself to those people, right, then it was a different type of experience. Now, that doesn't mean that getting to the next level, I didn't have to do it again. But I think what you're saying is speaking exactly to what I'm talking about. Like I'm saying, from my experience, I see this, and you're saying, yeah, but Barack and Michelle Obama, I'm not them.
Right.
And none of us are, right? And we are just average, everyday people. And me in my black woman skin with my black woman hair that birthed these black babies and have to walk around in my black self in a male-dominated field every day.
Right.
My experience is that, yes, we do work harder.
Right.
And once we get to that point where we prove it, we do have backing for those that we've proven it to.
Okay.
The challenge becomes, how do we then get those people to actually, as much as they believe in us, how do we get those outside of them that we are normally accustomed to being around to feel the same way that those that do know and trust us feel?
I get you, and I can appreciate the personal standpoint. My only consideration is sometimes I think, and I'm not saying you're doing this. We just have to be careful not to confuse the anecdotal with the overall data and information that we see every day as black people. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. By the way, do y'all want to hear what Miss Crockett said?
Yes.
Because, damn it. All right, here we go.
Is a piece of shit. Okay, we know that.
Hold on, let me rewind
Donald
it.
Trump is a piece of shit. Listen,
Let's just say it
Donald
again.
Trump is a piece of shit. Okay, we know that. Yes. He is. He is. He is. But in a functioning democracy,
And will.
listen, Donald Trump is a piece of shit. Okay, we know that. Yes. Yes. He is. He is. He is. But in a functioning democracy, he still would not be able to get away with this. But he's been able to get away with this because the House Republicans are complicit. He's been able to get away with this because Senate Republicans are complicit. But most importantly, the courts, especially the Supreme Court, is complicit. And so I think one of the places that we have to start is we are absolutely, they are the highest court in the lands, and they have no ethics guardrails. Now you go down to the lower courts and they do. How much sense does that make? When we know that they're taking money, we have the paper trail, and they refuse to put guardrails on themselves. So it's time for us to do it for them.
Amen. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord.
She, as always, Jasmine is absolutely right, but Jasmine's got to find a way. We got to tell our white brothers and sisters, we know this already. We need you to go ahead and take that message back to your folks, to your uncles, to your aunts, to your wives, to your husbands, because we know this already. But as long as y'all are going to go with the okie doke and not going to stand up and talk about this, it's going to keep happening. For all the protesting that's happening, he's still moving right along with his agenda.
Yeah, but Eugene, that's
My
kind of
question
exactly what I
is,
just said, though, right?
but
Like
but
that's
my question, right? Like, why are they afraid though? Because going back to what she said, that they're complicit. What the hell? Why are they afraid? What does he have over them? Somebody clue me in.
What does Donald have over the Supreme Court?
I don't know that some of these folk ain't on lists themselves.
Plus, he appointed a big chunk of them. Some of them owe their careers to Donald Trump. So yeah, they
But that
got
doesn't
loyalty.
matter. But that doesn't matter. A Supreme Court appointment, right? Once they're in there, they're not beholden to him.
Right,
Well,
they can do whatever they want.
they can do
I
whatever they want, but we clearly see that what they actually want to do. If you can do whatever you want and you still choose to do the dumb shit, then that's who you are. That's what you want to be.
And it makes me wonder if it's like a Thomas situation, but like on a grander scale.
Let's rewind that. Let's rewind that and unpack that part. What Eugene just said. If they can do whatever they want and this is what they're doing, then that's what they want to do.
That's
at, at the same
absolutely.
time, I think it has to do with their qualifications. Because how many people are unqualified under Donald Trump?
I will say this from the current court that we have right now. There are some questions about certain qualifications, but most of them have enough experience with the law and about the law, and have gone from the best schools in the nation. They know what the law is, and they're just choosing to choose fealty to Donald Trump. And that's at a certain point you have to realize that's who you are. That's who they are. If you have the opportunity to do whatever you want and you still go for the bullshit, that's who you are. Just deal with it, and we gotta deal with it too.
I sat for, I think it was 6 days for 4 hours getting Project 2024 read to me. It's all about loyalty and compliance, which at the same time has to do with that big R word. You guys understand what I mean? I'm trying not to say it.
Mhm. So
Yep.
it becomes that people stop the people stop working for the people, and they're working for themselves because they're not serving their constituents, they're serving themselves. That's not why people get voted in, right? Like, our understanding is the reason why we are voting in senators and congress people, whatever. Why are we voting them in? Because they are supposed to be representing the people. They are supposed to be representing the voices of us. When did that stop? Because it didn't just stop with Trump. You understand what I'm saying? It stopped many years before these people stopped listening to our voices, and they're only listening to themselves.
Big
They
money,
have become self-serving people.
big money,
Reagan.
big money, dark money, a lot of money, lobbyist money. That's what it is. That's what it's all about. And so we have some people out there that try to run for office. We never even hear of them because they don't have the financial backing to be on commercials or to be on billboards. But when you have billionaires and millionaires cutting you giant checks, and every time I turn around, I see you on TV. Then I begin to think, oh, this person's got something going on. A lot of our leaders are selected, not elected, and we and
They
we, and we need to face that fact too.
they were going through committee about having Congress members, any sitting Congress member, having to divest, not allowing to trade stock, not allowing to form shell companies like DT did. And one of the Republican lawmakers said, "I don't like being poor. Do you?" Like,
Excuse me.
if that were any, like, I can't get a job in the state of Indiana with the state of Indiana if I have any ties to anything where it could put me in a position to make money, right? Like they do right now. Like he's announcing on Truth Social, oh, you should buy, stocks today. The stocks are really low. And it's not even a dog whistle anymore. It's a, hey, if you've got the money, make 15% on the money. And the Democrats are saying, okay, well, let's get rid of it and make it fair, because there shouldn't be billionaire Congress people. There just shouldn't be.
But
I mean,
the
and if
hard
we,
part about it, wait, I'm sorry.
Eugene, after your point, Little Rican has her hand up, so she can.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
no,
Little Rican.
Mr. Eugene, you go ahead.
No, the
No,
thing
no, no.
about
I'm talking. Little Rican had her hand up, so
yeah,
Oh,
I'll wait for everybody because don't go. I don't want to step on everybody's anything.
go ahead, Little Rican, and then Dirty Blonde.
Okay.
And we haven't heard from her yet.
Growing up, I was taught that you cut a white man's wrist, you cut a black man's wrist. You both bleed red. We all have learned how they have chosen everybody, because there are racists on every sides of every nationality. We can't be stupid and just say one is right, wrong. Or, no, we already see everything. Unfortunately, with this whole Trumpster, everybody's going everywhere. I love everybody, and I will help anybody that I could possibly help. The thing is at a specific point, we have to say, you know what, enough is enough. And the white man's gonna hold us down, or this person is gonna hold us down, or that person is gonna hold us down. And at the same time, I do understand that a lot of us have to work harder. And we shouldn't have, that's the unfortunate thing. None of us should have to do any of that. We shouldn't have to bust our butts to do that. But they prefer those people because there's those, what do they call them? The whistleblowers. Oh, I didn't do this today, but somebody was supposed to help me do it. No. What it is everybody on all sides decides to not do certain things. And at a specific point, all we have to do is hold these people accountable. And that's the major thing that we have to do. I don't care what side you're on, what race you're in. We have to hold these people accountable. And the only way to conquer and to overcome is to hold everybody accountable, period, point blank. With not thinking about all that other stuff. Hold these people accountable, period, point blank.
Thank you, Little Rican. Hey, Dirty Blonde, how are you? Thank you for patiently waiting.
Oh, that's my middle name, Patience. That's no, that's a total lie.
You're a liar.
No, just kind of listening and stuff, and pardon me. I just swallowed funny, and I don't want to hear any jokes about that.
It's okay. Mean people suck, nice people swallow. So at least you tried.
My God. So no, and I absolutely agree with Lil Rican. We need to hold all of our representatives accountable. On the left, on the right, in the center, doesn't matter. Everyone needs to be held accountable. And yeah, they've got to stop, allowing, this is insider trading what they're doing to get rich. Let's face it. That's exactly what that is. And if an ordinary citizen does it, they're going to prison. Just ask Martha Stewart.
Oh,
if prison was good enough for her, it's good enough for the rest of them. Yeah.
You know what it is? It sounds like when you see somebody doing something bad and you don't scold them, thinking to yourself, they'll figure it out, and they don't. And that's what this has become. They just They try it for a little bit and see how much they can get away with. And then when they see they get away with it, then they start going
more.
full force with the whole thing.
Well, it's just like, they say in relationships, we teach people how to treat us
Right.
by what we allow. That's what
Exactly.
we've done with these people, with our representatives. We've taught them that we are not paying attention, and even when we are paying attention, we don't care enough to do anything about it. So as much as I'd like to scold every single one of our reps for behaving the way they're behaving, fact of the matter is it's been up to us. It's still up to us. And we're going to have to step up. We're going to have to get on it. It's not easy, but we can do that.
Go ahead, Eugene.
No, I love the energy and I love the thought that's being brought out here with regards to this. But see, the first thing that I think is a problem is we have got to stop, especially, and I usually vote Democratic. Usually I do. So I'm speaking from a center left position. We've got to stop letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. When you have people on the Democratic side who sit there and say, I'm not voting because of one particular issue that's a problem for them. Let's take Palestine, for example. Terrible situation. I get it. I understand it. But if you let that stop you from voting, and because you sat home on your ass and now you've got what you got, that's your fault. Now, at some point, we begin to realize we take, and I know people get this too, because until we figure out something better, we're going to have sometimes take the lesser of two evils until we can cultivate this new situation where we have people who run because they really want to represent the people. What happens is sometimes when people get to those positions, you know the old saying, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So it's a twofold accountability. It's accountability by the people. It's also accountability by the candidates themselves to realize what they are truly there for. Until we start getting people who understand the morality of what they're trying to do, we're going to have a problem. Plus, like I said before, the main thing is get rid of the big checks and the dark money and all of that stuff, and then you'll start to see some real candidates come to the fore. But the real people can't even get on the debate stage because they don't have the money to sign up to follow all the requirements it takes to be a candidate.
Eugene, you're right. And APAC put a lot of money into this last cycle that we had.
Yep.
And that was a turning point for a lot of Democrats who would have otherwise voted at all.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't demand that Citizens United gets overturned, we're gonna keep falling into this cycle of just bad people in positions of power.
Money makes the world go round, and the sad thing about it is the money that makes the world go round isn't even worth anything anymore because it hasn't been backed by the dollar since Nixon. That's a whole other discussion for another time. But we're sitting here worshiping green pieces of paper, basically, or worshiping a bunch of zeros that can be electronically transferred from one account to the other, and it really means nothing. Yet at the same time, it means everything. And until we start putting those things in perspective, we're going to have this problem for a while. Now, this is what we allowed to happen. Trump is just the fruition of the Reagan years of the 80s. They've been trying to do this for literally 30, 40 years. And finally, they found a person who is shameless, a shameless puppet, who will do whatever they say and just push these things across. In past presidents had enough respect for the law and enough respect for decorum. I can't just outwardly show I'm a greedy bastard. I gotta act quote unquote presidential. But now, as we get to this stage in life, it's like, listen, I'm gonna take your money, I'm gonna make you hungrier, broker, poorer, stupider, and you're gonna like it. You're gonna vote for me again, or people like me again, because I give you some sort of sense of false superiority over other groups of people. and you're too stupid to realize. And what Lyndon Baines Johnson said, he said you make the lowest white man feel superior to the black man. You have their votes in your pocket for the next 20, 30 years. Like, that's real stuff. And these are the things that people don't want to deal with, man.
Do you think that it also has to do with all of these quote unquote smaller organizations like the Citizens United, the Heritage Foundation, all of these little organizations that I suspect were basically working in conjunction in one form or another? You know what I mean? It's like strategically placing different organizations, calling them different names
Yep.
all throughout the states, but really working together
Absolutely.
for the same insane, just trying to push out the woke agenda so that they could put their own agenda, thinking that that agenda was always the agenda, and they're going back to something original that never was.
Listen, you hit it on the head, and what happens is they wrap all those things up in patriotism and jingoism. So if you accuse people of doing what they're doing and try to get them to be held accountable, somehow you're a communist, somehow you're a socialist, somehow you're not a patriot just because you want people to do right by other people. It's a crazy mentality that we developed in here in this country, and it's spreading throughout the world. Very crazy.
Part
Little
of it
Rican
is
has her
that
hand up. Oh, hold on, hold on. Little Rican, let Blue make her point, and then I'll call on you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Blue.
I'll be 2 seconds. I think part of it is these aren't dinner table conversations, right? Like, these aren't the conversations that we've been having for years and probably for a few generations. So they've had time to plan them out, because while we weren't having these conversations, they were.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree about that. Yes, no doubt about that.
I agree. Go ahead, Little Rican. You have the floor.
Sorry. For me, the thing is what is trying to be done right now is trying to separate everyone. If you honestly think about it, just use your head. In the population, who is 100? Think about heritage and all that stuff. Who is 100% YT?
Like,
Exactly. What it is they are scared. So what they're causing is turmoil. Not only causing turmoil, they're trying to confuse us, distract us, get us put all outside of the swords. We know we can conquer. Period.
Mm-hmm.
So stop all that other stuff. You know who you are. You know your heritage. You know everything about yourself. Stop looking at that stuff. Go by who you are today, because yes, we have ancestors and all that, but our ancestors, they can help us, but they can't help us, because we're the ones who have to change today. Stop doing that. Pay attention to what you need to do today and make it today, and keep moving forward.
I agree. I agree somewhat that we have to move forward. But I think that if we don't know where we come from,
Amen.
we will never know where we are going.
You can't know who you are until you know who you've
keep,
been.
that's why we keep going in these cycles, right?
Yes, indeed.
Right.
Because
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying dismiss anything. Oh, no, please don't misunderstand, baby. I'm not saying dismiss anything.
Oh, no. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there are a lot of people that do know.
Mm-hmm.
I unfortunately come from a group that we do not. No, we don't know where we come from. We don't. And in order for us to find that out, we must pay and hope that they have the records. We don't have that. That was taken from us, right? So we have to kind of learn a different way. And I think that the more that we just say, let's move forward without addressing the past, and I'm not saying this to disregard anybody's feelings on anything, but the more that we keep trying to press forward without actually addressing and atoning for the past, the more we will run faster and faster into this same cycle all over again.
God, Dirty
I
Blonde
agree,
has
Blue.
her Dirty Blonde has her hand up. Hold on, Eugene. Go ahead, Dirty Blonde.
I think I've said it before on here that I found my birth family about 5 years ago. And what I discovered through that process was an incredible amount of privilege in the fact that I can actually find things out about my ancestors. And so many people can't. Either the records aren't there, or you can find out what areas of the world you're from, sure, but finding out anything about family or ancestors, not everybody has that privilege. And it made me deeply grateful and truly humbled by that. Even so, I think that these generations, what we're doing now, part of the purpose is to heal and move beyond. And that certainly does not ever mean not honoring the past or knowing about the past as much as we can. Absolutely. But there is a ton of generational pain and trauma that needs to be healed. And atonement, like Blue was saying. I think that's important. But yeah, I don't want to repeat what went on in the past, and that's exactly what we're doing right now in this country. I was just reading a story about Herbert Hoover. You know that they did this before, where they rounded people up and sent them to Mexico?
Oh, yeah.
Including U.S. citizens. They did the same thing that is happening right now, and none of that is taught in the history books.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If we're gonna be just full transparency, right? Why do you think Nettie Boo Boo is able to do what he's able to do right now?
Oh,
Because
no,
the people
yeah.
that did the things to them, right? Where'd they get the ideas from?
Wait a minute, hold on. I don't know if you researched everything for him. He came to America and got his education
Yes.
here.
That was my point.
Yes.
Right. And so then he decided to go over there. He's just despicable. I'm so sorry. I just have to speak the truth. He's just freaking despicable. But at the same time, what does that say about our current president? Because he follows it. I don't know if you heard it. They went through all the different nations. USA.
You know he comes
Israel.
from that though, right?
Right, but USA and Israel
No.
found it as.
No. Before all that, all of that, the orange one comes from that history. He hails from that group of people that said we want to get rid of people. But that group of people that originally said, let's get rid of these people, stemmed from how they did the black people in the United States. And where do you think they got their ideas from in the first place?
Correct.
Absolutely. If you study the
Correct.
research,
This
Smigler
is what, and this is why
gives
I
credit to
say,
America for his ideas.
and this is why I say, you have to atone for the history in order to move past it, because everything that was done to people that look like me back in the day
Mm-hmm.
just set the tone for the things that happened after, right?
Correct. And you know what? Unfortunately, with this freaking man is coming back into play. And I'm so sorry. Just to let you know, I'm so sorry. Because why are you bringing this back up? Because at the same time, so sorry to say, but I'm going to be honest. He's a freaking immigrant. Period. Point blank. He's a freaking immigrant. Both of his parents are from everywhere other than here. Supposedly, what they call is the United States. Yeah. His parents were none of that. The thing is I'm not telling you to suck it up. I will never tell you to suck it up in no shape, form, or fashion, because I won't suck up mine either. The thing is, the unfortunate thing is, until you learn your stuff right now, in order to get us to where it needs to be in play, all of us at a specific point have to suck it up and do what we have to do to get him and his players out. Period.
That's true, Lil Rican, but the problem really is not even Trump so much as the 77 million who voted for him.
No,
Those are the ones who got checked. Because
correct.
he can't get there without the 77 million that jumped in line and fell along with that foolishness.
Well, at the same time, guess what we can do? Social media, everything is all on social media. We can. It's one or two or three of them, but how many of us is there? We can overcome. The thing is we have to learn. Oh, come on now. When you play spades, what are you supposed to do?
So let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say we have to suck it up, right? But then at the same time say, but look at how many of us there are.
Mm-hmm.
Why must we suck anything up? Because our sheer numbers say that we don't have to. At this point, I mean, it's really not a matter of sucking it up. It's really a matter of stepping out.
Man, sorry to say, when it comes up to political, not personal, when it comes up to political, we have to, you know how my dad has always taught me.
How many politicians we have? 500 something, but maybe a little bit more. How many? What's the population of the United States? No. If we're talking about sheer numbers, right? If we're really talking about numbers, no, this is not the time to say suck it up at all. This is the time to say flip over the table.
Right. No.
This is the
Don't
time to say, you know what? When you talk about spades, this is the time to say, you know what? Yeah, hey,
Oh,
you
no.
can't be my partner because you're not even betting right.
No, I get what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is, you know how they say, shoot, I forgot what it was called. In order to the battle, you may have to back off the battle to win the war. I hate to say that. I'm 53. I'm so sorry. But it's one of those things that unfortunately we have to sit down and look at everything. And of course, we're a mixture of everything. The thing is this is what we need to help us. So we may just need to back up a little bit and just, look at our cards again and then go from there. because we overpower them through their cards. We overpower them. We just may need to back up for just a moment because we're so fierce and wanting everything to be how it should be, the way that we know it would be. We have to learn how to play their game. This is unfortunately for them is a game. We have to learn how to play their game. If we're not ready to play their game, we are not going to win a battle, near nothing, even a war. We're going on feelings. We need to go past that.
But at what point do you say it? I don't need to play your game. The only way to win the game is to not play and start my own.
Uh,
That's
okay.
it. That's the people's sick day too.
Yeah, like
Right?
I just feel like we've been playing their game for so long. Like
And
I just feel like that's just not. No, I'm not even gonna say I feel like. It is proven and shown that is not working, because if we play their game, then we end up playing by their rules.
Okay. I
and they
At
feel
like to
you.
what
change
point do
the
we
rules.
say? At what point do we say no? I'm not. No, like I don't want to play this game anymore at all. So matter of fact, I'm knocking all the cards down, knocking all the tables over, and we're gonna play this game over here. You keep being over here doing this. We're gonna do this, and now it's your turn to figure it out.
It's like playing a game of Uno, and everyone's got a different set of rules, and the rules keep getting pushed out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And we keep moving the bar further and further. So, Blue, you're right. If we stop participating in the economy,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
then,
the shutdown.
right, if we stop participating,
Mm-hmm.
if we stop spending our money, if we, use your PTO. If you can't take a day off, use your PTO.
Mm-hmm.
And, businesses, Target is like the number one that I like to use in this example because they FAFO'd real hard
They sure
and
did.
they lost a lot of money. Meanwhile, Costco has great policies. They treat their workers fair, and their CEO is not a billionaire. And so I would pay $200 a year for a Costco membership than ever shop at Target again.
Mm-hmm.
Because I am done playing that game.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
not
And that's
fair if there's
understandable,
no
but
chance of winning.
and again, we have like a lot of people that created a lot of different movements. Pick the one that you feel is going to work for you. Because I don't believe that we should be dictating to people about taking time off or whatever the case is, because they have to understand what they've signed into when they have become employed. See, for me, I feel like I have to be real careful in telling people, yeah, just take time off and do this and do that. Understand what you signed when you became employed. If you're in the middle of a 90-day probationary period and you're going to participate in something and be like, take a day off, guess what? You're losing your job because you can't take time off during that time and get involved in other ways. If that includes boycotting certain things, boycotting Target, boycotting restaurants, boycotting things that we contribute to the economy on a daily basis. That is what makes sense.
And that's what made the movement in Alabama so prolific and so it, it made it so effective, is because they just stopped using the buses, right?
Correct.
And it brought Alabama down to a grinding halt. It brought Montgomery down to a grinding halt. And I'm not saying that I would never tell anybody, yeah, don't go to work because it's the people's sick day. But if you can, if you find something that resonates, do it if you can.
I think when they bring up those aspects, though, they miss some points, right? So, yes, there were boycotts. However, they were calculated. So it wasn't just people just stopped using buses. It was people did carpools. It wasn't just people didn't go to work. It was that neighborhoods set up collections to make sure that those that didn't go to work had their bills paid. It wasn't just that people stopped shopping at grocery stores. It was that those that had the food actually were able to provide that food to their communities. And I think part of, well, I know for me, a lot of what I'm saying is that on the onset, people are missing the community aspect. And until we get to that point, I think a lot of people are going to have a lot of different perspectives because they don't realize that when I say we are stronger together, I mean collectively together. I mean that we all grow food, different foods, so that we can all put those different foods that we have grown together to make meals for everyone. I mean that when the Black Panther Party came out, it was because we had a rogue government that said, we're not going to take care of the people, figure it out on your own. And the people said, well, then we're going to feed the kids. Well, then we're going to make sure that people get to work safely. Well, then we're going to make sure that this, that, and the next happens. So it's not a single-minded thing. It takes a lot. And I think people have gotten too comfortable in not understanding that part. And that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about the conversations aren't being had in the way they should. And so when a message comes up to say, hey, boycott, or hey, don't go to work, the full message is not being received because the people don't realize that that doesn't mean just don't go to work and don't pay your bills. It means that the community is supposed to come together so that everybody is still good to go.
I mean, I totally see where you're at with that, and you're right. It's just we are so, as I talk into my iPad right now, we're so tied into consumerism. It's hard to break away, but that's how the system was designed.
Okay. Little Rican and On Viv have their hand up. So Little Rican, go ahead, and then after that, On Viv, you have the floor.
Okay. My whole thing is we are all tied into so many different nationalities that we've been tied into these nationalities for years. I'm not saying one is more predominant than the other. The thing is that unfortunately at a specific point, that's what they made it to be. You can get mad at me, but that's what they made it to be. It's up to you to figure out, research, and all that other stuff. What we need to do today, okay? Because I have a lot of stuff intertwined in, my stuff. The thing is, what we need to do today, if this is what we're standing for, if this is what we need to do, which can include all nationalities, do it. Do you want to go outside and fight everybody?
Right.
Do you want to find an Asian person, uh, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, uh, what's the word I want to use? Portuguese, Ecuadorian. Do you want to do that? You don't. The thing is unfortunately, I hate to say it this way, but I'm gonna be honest. The past is the past. At a specific point, our ancestors have gone through a lot. The thing is what's transpiring today has unfortunately nothing to do with our ancestors. Our ancestors would be pissed if we didn't do what we needed to do today. Think about that. Our ancestors would be pissed. Do it. Don't cover nothing. Hey, you shouldn't shut your mouth. You shouldn't curse nobody out. Yeah, no. Speak it. Do it. But do what you need to do today, because the people that are already buried in the ground and have already passed away, they can't do anything for us. It's for us to do. They put, they what's the word I want to use? They put it on us for us to fix or for us to push forward. It's not their job. They are no longer here. It's up for us to do it. And what we have to do is what we have to do and figure things out, right from right, wrongs from wrong, and keep moving forward and, push it forward. No matter what nationality you are, we need to do what needs to be done. Period. Because we are a splatter. Like I said, there's not one person who could say they are predominantly white. They could try to do it, but there's a whole yeah, 1, 2, 3, and me. They'll figure it out.
Okay, go ahead on Viv.
Ooh, okay. So that was so much, but yeah. The whole conversation that was had, about the sucking it up, not sucking it up, people dead in the ground, blah blah blah. We get that. That makes a lot of sense. But the whole reason is it's because of our ancestors passing down that fight. It is because of them that we are fighting. Now, that comes off as very insensitive to those of us with Black American ancestry because, again, we venerate our ancestors. We raise them up. They are the reason for our fighting spirit. So that may come off very insensitive to some people. Now, when it comes down to, oh, let's, go tax exempt. Let's do the people. Ooh, nope, I don't want to say that word. Let's do, this whole mass take off of work thing and don't do this and don't do that. That's fun. That's great. It gets the people going. It's a great little fun thing to rally everybody around the campfire. And to speak to what Blue said, the questions are not being asked about community. If we all lose our jobs in this employer's market today, who is going to take care of me? And I'm just saying that off of just a single person. Some of these people that want to do this have children. They're caretakers. They have families. Who's going to care for their families? And that's the whole thing that a lot of people miss with the Montgomery bus boycotts. Everybody sees the big picture of, oh, that was great. They brought Alabama down to their knees. Yes, but they brought them down to their knees because there was community in place. There were people who had already made agreements to care for their people. And that's the thing. But also, it's a thing of we're going against the American government, right? Not saying that we can't do it, not saying that it's impossible. We're going against the American government. Yeah, it's fun to file tax exempt, it's great, but you think that the IRS is going to forget about you? They just passed a bill to take money from us to give to them. We're going to be audited for every penny. So that's fun and that's great to do. But again, you got to think long term. That's very short term thinking. Even the whole take X amount of days off of work. This is an employer's market. Employers have the pick of the litter. They do not care to fire you. They do not care because there is somebody on some job board that applied for that position who will take whatever money that they can get. You are easily replaced. So all of these things can happen, but again, they have to happen and they're more effective in context to the time. So a lot of these questions realistically have to happen. And it's not about being against the movement or being a contrarian. It's this is real life. You know what's going to happen to us once we do this. And then also you got to look at the people who are giving these messages. Are these people able to take care of themselves if they lose their job? Will they take care of you? Will they pay you and your family? Will they help you get to wherever you need to get to make sure that you and your family are okay? Probably not. So it's like, even down to what you said, Lil Rican, it comes to doing your research and knowing what your life is. Don't let social media allow you to blow your life up because you wanted to have some fun and stick it to some rich people. And I'll
Correct.
leave my plane on that.
Correct. No, sweetheart, don't ever think that I will dismiss anybody in any way. I will never disrespect anybody. But for me, because I'm Hispanic, so I'm a little bit brown. My son is a little bit more brown than me because his father is a African American. The thing is I want to take care of my household and make sure everything is okay. At the same time, the thing is the unfortunate thing. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. They're pulling strings with Hispanic, Black, white. They are trying to pull certain strings that will divide all of us. And don't listen. Don't mess with that. The thing is we are all together politically for what we need because that is what we need. They in turn decide to go with race. Stop listening to that. Make sure that you have your stuff in order. Make sure you have what you need because the YTs really don't give a flying for doodle. Oh, what's the Haitians? They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. What is that? At the same time they had years ago that had to do with the Asians. That when you get chicken wings, these are cat wings. No, it wasn't that. You have to unfortunately think back and at a specific point understand everything. They're trying to separate us and freak with us. Sorry, trying not to use that word. They're trying to freak with us to separate all of us. We want a specific thing. We're all going for this specific thing.
But
But
little Rican,
if
I don't mean to cut you off because I understand what it is that you're saying when you're talking about they're trying to separate us, and I completely get it. But let's just focus in for a moment on everything that's going on this app, right? And everything that's happening, movements, etc. You also have to keep in mind that there are people who are trying to create things, and then when you don't agree, they get upset with you, and then
correct,
they start to separate you. So we have to keep in mind that if this is the attitude that they're going to have, we have to keep pushing forward no matter what. We can't stop and have this internal friction constantly. As long as we
correct,
understand that, we have to keep pushing forward. You and I, we're on Zeus's live in the morning. We hear the internal strife amongst the same side, everything that
correct,
goes on, but we have to keep pushing forward, even if we don't agree with what it is that they're saying.
correct. The thing is in order to get our agenda or get what some people may look at old to us with which whatever however they choose to be. The thing is we have to learn how to play the game, unfortunately, better than them. Because for them it's a freaking game. It's not a game. This ain't spades. This is life. That's the only way I can figure out how to explain it.
I understand. Hey, Maria. Danny, do you want to say anything?
Oh yeah, no, I was very happy to listen to the dialogue and everything like that. Uh, when I hear everything you guys are saying, and obviously I see that there are still people who are like, what should we do? What should we do? Because obviously I'm sure everybody doesn't want to just take the stance of there's nothing that can be done. But your money talks. You know what I mean? The way
Yep.
you spend it, the way you where you put it, that speaks louder than anything else in times like this, because above all else, those people will talk money. And if you withhold it, you know what I mean? That's something they cannot control.
Correct. They can't force you to buy stuff at Target.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Exactly.
they can't force you to go into McDonald's, like that. That's free will. We still all have that free will. But imagine if we took a week and not went to McDonald's, would McDonald's feel that? If a million people get served and a million people didn't buy McDonald's, how will McDonald's feel that if it happened within a week?
Right. And it's our tax dollars and our income and revenue that goes back into the economy to fuel everything that's going on. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
if they're just paying you, you can't get fired for collecting a paycheck and then not spending your money. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, you know, and I think people have a hard time with that idea just because we're so conditioned to spend. So I think that that's what's made it so hard for more people to get around that. But I mean, it's happening slowly because we see the downturn in the economy. But obviously, people still need stuff. So you can only curb spending so much. But if there really was a serious withholding of revenue, if people really stopped spending money or was able to budget and structure their lives so that they didn't have to spend money every single day, it would make we would see a lot more changes than you'd think. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff would
Mhm.
happen a lot quicker because that money talks.
It's an absolute commitment to make. Like, you can't just do it for a day or a month. It is a real commitment. And I think that Aunt Viv, put it very eloquently when she was talking about the organization of boycotting the buses and how the community worked together. You have to be super organized, because if one person feels the effects much worse than the next person, that one person is going to be real mad. And that one person can, can create their own drama with other people that can side with them, because we it happens all the time.
Right. That's why I was building off of what Blue said, because I was like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, the community and the how we're going to care for one another has to come first. It has to, because without the community, it doesn't work. It'll work for a very short time, but you'll start to see it splinter because people are not being taken care of. And, even to be clear, I'm not saying, let's not do anything, we're absolutely defeated. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, you have to look at the certain aspects of your life that will be affected if you're not able to take care of yourself or if something goes wrong. It's a highly individualized thing. It's not like, okay, we're all in this sinking ship. Some of us are doing better in certain aspects or another, and some aren't. So it's, like I said, it's a highly individualized thing. So I'm not saying don't do it. If you want to do it, hey, go ahead, all for it. I'm for it if it makes you happy and you want to, do that. But, still make sure that at the end of the day, that you will be okay. You and your household will be okay at the end of the day.
Well, I think you made a good point when you were talking about filing exempt. I think we all have to be careful that if we're not a financial expert, maybe not give financial advice. That's like one very good thing, because I'm not a financial expert. So if I'm asking somebody who's not a financial expert but just sought resources online and said, yes, it could be done, you can file exempt, and then, a year down the line I'm getting audited and I find that I have to pay back thousands of dollars, because I didn't have any paperwork to file exempt, who am I going to blame?
Right. And that's why I'm like, okay, you can do it. They're going to get you. And a lot of people say, oh, they fired so many people at the IRS. Yes, they fired the people that audit the rich people at the IRS. They're always going to audit us. We're much smaller. Our numbers are much smaller on paper, not numbers and bodies, but, our numbers are much smaller on paper. And if they don't get you now, they will eventually get you.
They
And
will.
you can say they can't audit everyone. They are
Right.
going to come for you, just like the people who did the chase glitch last year. Millions of people did it. They caught
I was
every single one of them.
I was just about to say I worked for the IRS. That was my first job ever in 1987.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
You know
these
what?
financial institutions and the government does not play about their money if you owe them. So like I said,
Exactly.
they may not get you in 2026, but they'll catch you in 2040 when you think your life is good and you got away with it.
Yeah,
They
I
will.
think they
They
have
will, because
7 years to get you.
they had 10 years at that time. I don't know if they shortened the time, but I will tell you this, because I didn't know what irate meant at the time. They were like, here's a list of people to call to schedule them in for an audit. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I'm literally 18 years old, absolutely clueless, calling people, trying to schedule them in for audits. And I'm saying, why is everybody getting upset over an audit? And then I find
Audits.
out, wait a minute, people don't want to get audited. This is not something that they
Oh, they
want to
did you
do.
dirty.
Yes. And they thought it was funny. But let me tell you something.
Again with
I
slandering
worked
my name.
I worked very, very hard. I did my job diligently. And when they were getting people, they owed about 10 years of whatever it is that was going on. And they were on the ball, because if they knew they had an expiration date and they had a time window, we had to get people in ASAP, because they were owing thousands of dollars. And I'm talking about like over 10 grand.
Yeah, and
So
they put
when
interest
they,
on it and it
yes,
compounds.
penalties and all of that shit, they will get you. They will. That's right. I mean, Bruce said they can't audit everyone, but
They'll get you. They're gonna get
somehow
you.
that computer will pick that shit up like that. And then before you know it, you're on a list.
Well, I think the thing is they can't audit everyone today, right? But I don't think that in my estimation that's not even the bigger like ultimately what I'm saying is that I think we're all agreeing, but again, we just all have different ways to get to the same place, right?
Right.
I truly, truly believe that if we can figure out our communities outside of the internet, our actual communities surrounding us, we will be much better off to be able to organize appropriately. All of us. And I'm not talking about any color, anything like that. I just think that I think we get so hung up on the what can we do, what can we do, what can we do, as opposed to let's start doing something, right? Let's meet our neighbors. Let's see, hey, what do you do for a living? What do you do for a living? Hey, maybe we can help each other out. Maybe I can figure out how to do this for you, or maybe I can figure out how to do that for you. And maybe it's because I'm so accustomed to living in a place now where we have hurricanes and sometimes we don't have a choice, right? We don't have a choice. We have to be able to rely on other people because sometimes we're just not going to have that thing. Because all the stuff that's happening in the US right now, I'm seeing less groceries here, right? So we can get what we can get or we can't. But if we can all start to actually start having those small conversations with each other, again, outside of social media, like in our actual physical communities, we can start learning more about those that surround us. And we may find that we actually have more in common with them and that we can work together to do something bigger. But if we try to start at the top
Right.
and work our way down, it's going to be much harder to have that big impact than if we just say, you know what? I'm not going to buy McDonald's today. And maybe I was only spending $1. But if 1,000 of us didn't spend that dollar, that's $1,000 they didn't get.
And there's a McDonald's at every corner. So imagine if a neighborhood community got together and say, we're boycotting the one on the corner over here.
And imagine if we also then said, we're going to take that dollar that we didn't spend at McDonald's and put it in a collection for the community so that those McDonald's employees, because we know what's going to happen, right? They're going to start being like, well, we don't need you because the people aren't coming here. But now we have it together to be able to say, hey, well, we can help you because we were saving our money to make sure that you were okay.
Like socialism, if you ask
I
me.
mean, that's how I rock. I'm just saying that's how I rock anyway. You know, I just feel like we, the people, should take care of each other.
I'm with
Because
you.
why not?
I'm 100% with that.
Because I can't eat paper money and get nutrients like I need to. I just know that much. You know?
Well, it was kind of the point this year behind expanding my gardens too, is so that people in my community who might not be able to afford fresh produce can get fresh produce.
And imagine how something that small might inspire somebody else to do the same thing. And now y'all have 2 gardens.
Exactly.
And it's not even like, these are not hard, impossible things. You buy a bag of seeds, you take a few and plant them, Give some to your neighbor. They can play. Because me and my neighbors, we do that. I
That's
mean,
exactly what we
but like
did.
just simple stuff.
That's exactly what we did, actually. I have, what, 3 neighbors now growing gardens that never did before.
And a pack of seeds is what, $1, $2?
It depends on where you get them from, because I get organic, non-GMO, and those are a little bit more expensive. They're about $4 a pack, but so what? You get a lot more than $4 of produce out of them.
Exactly.
Let me introduce the pack. Hey, the pack, can you just state your name and age? Well, not your name. We already know your name. Sorry, I keep unmuting you, and I think. Okay, go ahead. Welcome in.
Hey, how you doing? Well,
Hi.
the name of the organization is the PAC, the People's Accountability Coalition. That's what the PAC stands for. And I'm Shy, the Solutionist. I'm an activist over here in Philadelphia.
Well, welcome up. What does your
Thank you.
organization do? Can you hear us? You have bars.
Well, it's a newly formed organization. Basically, the PAC, People's Accountability Organization, is is an organization, of the people, just designed to keep, government accountable. Not only government, also we the people, to keep us accountable for keeping the government accountable.
Yeah, he might
How
just
do I
have.
go about?
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
You see, how do we go about doing that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Well, first we have to start keeping the government and our elected officials accountable. As the people, we need to come together and demand that certain things need to be changed, if not a lot of things. We have the issue with term limits with government officials. Um, one thing that I come to notice is that there's no real process for us, the people, to remove a government official from office when we feel as though that they haven't been serving us. Like, I don't understand why is it left up to the politicians to impeach the president? Where is the power of the people to impeach the president? So
Pack,
once we can,
I don't mean to sound, I'm just a little confused because I feel like I'm not really understanding the steps on how you're going to make everybody accountable. Like, have you sort that out? Because you said this is a new organization, so are you sorting out the steps on how you're making them
yeah.
accountable?
Well, as far as us, the population of people, I mean, I'm just saying that to hold us accountable for stepping up and doing the right thing when we see things are not going the way that we should. Like, we should not have been in a system, these government systems, the way we have been for so long, and just keep complaining and crying about the same systems. Like, the people need to be accountable for their part and not acting in a correct fashion. Once again, like, we all see that there are issues within the government, especially things like these term limits. There's no balances and checks on these government officials, like how long they could be in. um Another thing I was saying is, like, where is the power of the people to say we don't want you anymore?
But you're
Nine
talking
times out of ten,
about,
I see that the official.
sorry, I'm
Maribel,
sorry.
may I ask
Yes,
a
go
question? Just a
ahead,
quick
Bruce.
question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Um, excuse me. The pack. Do you have a website or somewhere we can go to get more information? Because it sounds like all the things that we want to do, but I think the question is,
Do you have a plan in place to enact these things?
Oh yeah, I have a plan. It's called the Stop Campaign, the Strategic Transfer of Power.
Is there
It's
somewhere we can see it?
as far as see it, as far as know the steps to it. No, I haven't put that on the internet or anything yet. I haven't even designed a website to really gather members. I was encouraged to get on here from what you were saying because I feel as though more so it has to get off of a social media. Um, I was talking on the live earlier, and it was so much regulation. They were so, saying that you can't say this and you can't say that because of the monetization and things like that. And I'm like, wow, like we really need to have a discussion. Like if you are against or are you if you are for a movement, where can you really go to have these discussions? So like you were saying, you get with your neighbor and the people directly in your city, but I'm really just looking for a place or a manner of being able to truly communicate without any restrictions and put the plan in action. I don't
So
know.
what I
Somebody was saying, you could get with people and you do a Zoom meeting or get on Zoom. I don't know how secure that is, but there has to be another option. Once again, like you said, you got to get off of these platforms trying to organize.
Right. So I hear everything you're saying. You're essentially trying to, spread this awareness of the effective change you want to make, right? And so what we're asking is like, yeah, it sounds like you have a lot of different ideas, but like not a cohesive direction. Do you see what we're saying? Like when you say you want to hold everyone accountable, we want to uh find a place where the people have power
Is
within the
everybody still
government.
there? I don't know.
Hello?
Yes, we're still here.
We're still
Can
Yeah,
here.
you
we can
hear
still
us?
hear. Can you hear us?
Red bars. He
No.
might be cutting in and out.
Oh, he might have a bad connection.
The
Well,
pack
once
up.
again, like
I'm
I
gonna.
said, when I speak of holding each other accountable as citizens to, step up and do what we all feel as though should be done in order for things to operate the way that we need them to run. Like, for how long are the citizens of the world
What would a perfect system look like to you, right? Like how would the government effectively run and best represent the people the way you say?
Hey, the pack. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down because it looks like we're having connectivity issues. And maybe you can come
it
back
was breaking up. I
later
don't know.
on and discuss more on this. Okay. I want to thank you for coming up and sharing with us what you're working on. Okay. Um.
Hopefully
Go
he can
ahead,
come back.
Danny.
No, I'm saying hopefully he can come back and explain it more. It just sounded very abstract, you know?
Yeah, because I mean I have questions and I think that uh okay. I'll drop you down, little Rican. I was just gonna say that,
Good night, Rican.
good night. Um I don't like discouraging people, you know what I mean? It sounds like he has something, but there's just a lot of planning that he needs to sort out because you want to be accountable, you want the people to be accountable, but if you want the government to be accountable, and it's just like, which one are we going to focus on?
Well, right. That, and I wasn't hearing the how. Right? You were making the points. Yes, this is what everybody's talking about. It's all the rage in Paris, but how are we going to get there? What's the process? What is your perceived process? What is your concept of the process? If we're going to follow these movements and we want people to get on board, we have to give all the necessary information and the how we're going to get there.
Hmm.
Also,
You know,
this I oh no, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Drew. I can go after you.
thank you. Um, I'm wondering if it might be helpful we could get together off app and have a conversation about the process of forming community within each of our communities. Like, hey, this is how you can go about this, and this is how we can help each other out. And then these communities join in a larger community, of course. But if we could get that kind of information out there of how to form these small in-person communities where we can help each other, you know, put it out as a mission statement. This is our mission. This is what we want to do, what we want to accomplish, and these are the steps to follow in order to form those communities for you.
Now, Pac just made a comment in the comments. Crash the stock market. I don't. I don't think that will help. To be honest, I mean, didn't we just go through that a
He also
few
said
weeks
target the
ago?
Well,
Federal Reserve.
Orange is working on that
Yeah.
right now. He working on that right now.
Well, so I think what happens is we have a lot of people that are very excited to they want to be active, right? And I think sometimes we get ahead of ourselves if we're not quite that versed in that way. So sometimes it may be better to go and find something in our area that is already established to kind of get some of that information in
Mm-hmm.
to understand a little bit better, like how organizing works, how certain things that we may do may impact other things. For example, when we talk about things like the stock market, if we want to crash that, okay, but then what is the goal in doing that? Because if we do that, do we understand how that looks when it comes to other financial items
Mm-hmm.
for we, the people that we want to actually help, enrich, and build up? So I think sometimes while our ideologies may be great, if we're not quite sure or if we don't have the understanding of how these things work, it may be helpful to find someone to kind of mentor us, to build us up to the space with which we feel comfortable then saying, okay, now I can step out on my own. Because a lot of times we want to just boil everything, right? Because it's that exciting. It's like, listen, I just want to get it done. And I understand that.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking, I
But
mean,
but
I'm
baby
sorry.
steps, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead, Dirty Blonde. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. I'm just thinking we all have this like big wish list. Like, what would we do? Let's see. Let's start out with getting rid of Citizens United. Let's up the minimum wage. We have all of these ideas that we all have that we all want to happen, but we need a roadmap on actually how to organize. And I'm sure that there are plenty of sources of information on how to do that. And I'm wondering if we could put together a list of, steps to follow, whether that's, getting involved in an organization, a community organization that already exists. If that happens to exist in your particular community, or even, how to start one, how to find like-minded people who are thinking along the same lines, have the same ideology, and how do we organize and how do we, tie everybody together?
Coming up here asking how to go about that, because you could hear the passion in what he was saying, right? He definitely
Right.
Right.
wanted to hold everyone accountable and everything like that. But it seemed like he was searching for some type of next steps,
Mhm.
Right. And it also helps to have like some subject matter experts on your team as well. Those who are well versed in law, economics, and, different areas. So they can kind of help like pull the coattail a little bit because, targeting the Federal Reserve and crashing the stock market. Whoa, hold on there. Let's bring this down a bit. We're at a 10. Let's bring it down to a 4, maybe a 5.
Fight Club,
You
you know what
know,
I'm saying?
right. And see when you bring and even like, they teach us this in officer school, right? It's like you can have these big great ideas, but again, you have to be able to give avenues of approach to how to get there, because you're going to have people who are
Exactly.
not going to understand the big jarring idea. You got to bring that down a little bit and say, okay, this is what we need to do, and this is the goal. This is the end state, right?
Because
So
I'm
it's like, and it
thinking,
helps to have people who know certain things, who can tell you this may work, this may not work, and then of course, when you bring these plans, people are going to have questions,
mhm,
and you have to be able to answer those questions, because see how we were like, okay, that's great, but how do we get there? What does that look like? What's the
right.
process?
Because I was thinking, like, how do you hold people accountable? And then I was thinking, well, you can hold them accountable by having conversations with them why it's important to participate in voting, and not just voting every 4 years, but voting in between, and understanding why it's important for your voice to be heard. That's the way I'm thinking of how to hold people accountable, educating them on voting.
Right. And
That's
there's
definitely
differences in.
one aspect.
Oh, go ahead,
Sorry.
Dirty. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think you were speaking first.
Okay, I'm going to say say it quickly. And also, you have to be inclusive of the different levels of access. Some people just can't access certain things. There may be transportation issues, there may be financial issues, disabilities and other things like that. It also has to be inclusive of what people can actually do.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, I, and I know, Maribel, you're gonna cringe, but what I'm actually picturing is almost like a multi-level marketing situation, but not involving sales.
Right.
Okay, Rican. Good night. Um, where, like, let's say, just take my little area of the world here in Wisconsin. Let's say central down to southern Wisconsin has, a few hundred cities. And in each one of those cities, they form communities. And then we'd have something on the state level, and then eventually something on the national level. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that. I'm not explaining it very well.
No, but it makes sense what it is that you're saying, because you're starting off, you're going from a
Local.
starting point, and
Starting
then
local.
right, and basically working your way up. But just like Viv said before, you have to start somewhere. You can't start at a 10 and then drop down to a 4, because when you start off
Exactly.
as a 10, you're going to come crashing down, because you're going to be disappointed at the results.
Well, and you're not going to have the infrastructure for it.
Right. Right.
Okay, don't
I'm
laugh
talking
at
about
me.
building a foundation.
Dirty Blonde, you just said something and I just saw it exactly in my mind. And you're right when you're talking about multi-level marketing, except it looks more like an hourglass. And what I mean is, you start with a bunch of things at the bottom, right? The basics. That's how
Yep.
you build a strong foundation, right? And then you hone in as you get closer to the middle. And then once everybody's honed in on the same message, then you can spread it back out at the top. So
Yeah, I can
I
see
think
that.
it is like that, but a little bit different, which kind of allows for more balance.
Yeah, I can see that. Now that you said that, I see exactly what you're saying. And that's it. That is what I'm thinking. And it goes back to when I was waitressing, and I had to wait on these groups of people that would come in every week. And basically, it was Moms for Liberty.
Mm.
And these people were coming in for years and talking to people in the community and getting them involved in the small local elections. And I mean, they used fear mongering, which I don't want to do. But they used fear mongering as in, oh, hey, you guys, you all have school age kids, and they're going to try to put litter boxes in the rooms. I mean, the fear mongering and the lying, the disinformation. But I don't see why that can't be done for good, where we talk to people in our communities about, oh, okay, I know that you don't usually do, get involved in local elections, but, we have this person who are running for school board or
Right.
county board or city council, and their ideals align with ours. So make sure you get out and vote. Pick up your neighbors. Go take them to vote. Let's talk to them about, this, and this, and why it's important. And let's get those things going.
See, that
Because,
makes sense what you just
yeah,
said, because you're giving them choices. You're giving them information. You're not saying if you don't vote, you're going to lose all your rights, because that's what people do on this app.
yeah,
Everything's going to go away. You're going to lose your rights. You're going to starve to death. And it's like, what the hell are you talking about?
yeah.
And now people are not going to make informed decisions because they're making decisions based on fear, which is not good.
Right.
Yeah.
Because if I'm strong arming you into a decision, it's not really anything. And it's like what my husband says, the best way to get somebody to not do something is to force them to do it.
Yep.
And if you just force it, then it's like, I'm just here because I'm here,
Well, and it's not sustainable then either.
Right.
It's
Because
not
as soon as
sustainable.
people get that off ramp to get out, they're going to take it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's human nature. But I think, like say I formed a community here, and like you were saying, I think earlier, Maribel, about having people who bring different things to the table. I mean, my thing could be, hey, anybody who's having trouble getting food or feeding their family, I've got you. I've got some produce. My significant other is a professional chef, always bringing food home from his job. I've got you. We can do this. And, hey, maybe, you need childcare or whatever. Any of these ways that we can form these communities and get active politically, or economically, however that looks for each community. And then we just join the communities together.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And keep focusing upward until it's, like you were saying, Blue. Welcome back, Pack. Ooh, that sounded
Yes,
weird.
welcome back to Pack with the PAC.
Hey, how you doing? I really didn't mean to. Was preparing my lunch. So
We thought you had a better
just
connection, and I don't know if you were in the
yeah,
chat hearing what we were talking about, and you
yeah. I
were.
was listening. I got a better but I'm just gonna continue listening. I'm gonna be back. I just need to eat my lunch, and then I'll get back to you guys.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. Do you want me to drop you down or?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
I think.
Um,
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I keep coughing, y'all. Listen. I can't. Rain and rain and rain for days and days, days and days and days.
Yeah, I was going to say, you sound sick.
No, it's allergies. So it's a hurricane season tears me up every single year because all the stuff blows in, it gets in my sinuses, my chest, all that. So it's nothing I can do about it. We'll be all right.
local honey.
I do have that. I take a spoonful every day. But no, I think you guys are really onto something, and it just really inspired me to draw some pictures and maybe write something up, because I do think it should look like an hourglass. And I think what's happening right now is that we are just stuck on a triangle. And because that tip top of that triangle is not where it should be, can't actually spread it out to get it to that end result that we desire.
Go ahead. Go.
Because I definitely do think that if we could get a bunch of communities, right? A bunch of small communities, and then those communities start coming together. Then you have a bunch of a little bigger communities, and then those communities come together. Who could stop them?
Yeah.
Right.
I do have Signal under Dirty Blonde .25. If anyone wanted to maybe get together and work on a list of things to do to form community.
Oh, I don't have that app. I don't know. I don't want to accidentally be added into nobody's chat because I'm not going to be as kind as these news reporters. I'm telling it all right now. I'm like, oh, you see what they did?
You got Whiskey Pete adding you into the chat.
Could you imagine?
I'm sorry. I would have a lot of fun with that.
Me too.
I'm also on Snapchat, Dirty Blonde 100. But if anybody, and I'm on Discord. But if anyone wanted to get together and talk about, how to. Oh, and Viv dropped.
Yeah, she has to make a phone
call.
Oh,
okay.
I think that the conversations that we're having is great. Danny posed like some really good questions to the PAC on what his plan looks like. I'm a big person in, maybe writing things out or putting it on a board. Just trying to see what that plan looks like before you can convey those plans to somebody. Because, when you're all over the place and then you're trying to express it, you're going to sound like you're all over the place. And then people are going to ask questions and then you're not really prepared to answer because you haven't thought about what that looks like.
Right.
The big thing was like, what does accountable look like? What is, because I'll be honest, if you've been on the internet, this word accountability has been all the rage. Like Aunt Viv said, it has been what's hot in Paris right now. Mm-hmm. Everybody is looking for accountability. You know what I mean?
Right.
But what does that look like? You know what I mean? What does it look like to hold our government accountable? Where do we, what buttons do we push? Where do we go to effectively make that impact you're looking to make so that these people understand, what accountability is, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's, I guess, what I was trying to really ask when I said, like, what does that look like? Because to just say people accountable, government accountable, we need more power, crash the stock market, target the Federal Reserve. It's like, okay, it's like Aunt Viv says, she's like, okay, well, that's, we got a lot of dishes we're trying to cook at the same time. You know what I mean?
And I only got 4 burners on the stove.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I gotta know.
But I think
Danny, you make an excellent point, because I think the first thing that we have to do, we use a lot of words, and before we start trying to explain to people what we're trying to say, we have to define the word for ourselves. So even if we understand the definition from the dictionary, we have to understand what that word means to us before we can articulate it to others. Because I don't know if accountable was the right word, at least in my estimation. It sounds like we want a lot, and it wasn't really accountability that we were looking for. It was more that we just want
You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's what it felt like, right? Like a little bit. That's kind of. I mean, I was trying to be nice, but that's kind of what it felt like. And I think that we have to define those words so that if I'm saying accountable to you, and I'm saying, but accountability to me looks like this and means this to me, then you'll be better able to hear what my next point is, right?
You know what, too, Blue, in the aspect of accountability, we don't know how people are going to react to that word. You know what I mean? They may put their guard up and say, what the hell do I need to be accountable for? I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there should be another word to educate others on how they can participate without telling them you need to be accountable, because sometimes that may not fare well with everybody. You know, they may not receive that word very well, even though it's not coming from a place of you did something wrong, so now you have to be accountable.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. But I think it's like that with all words, though, right? People heard the word narcissist, right?
Mhm.
And that's all we hear anymore. All day, every day.
Mhm.
And there are so many other things that it could be, but it's always that.
And I think too that many people do not really understand that word. I
Mm-hmm.
think they are viewing the word narcissist as a person who is selfish and self centered.
Mm-hmm.
And narcissism is a term. It's a term in the DSM-5, and it describes a behavior that a person has and how destructive that behavior is. And I the only reason why I know this because of my own personal experience of being with a narcissist, of being with a scammer, of being with a person who love bombed me. So when I look at these Trump supporters on a bigger scale of how they've been basically had. They've been scammed through a grifter in the White House, through grifters that are hanging out around them. And that's why I always use the concept that you have the sheep and you have the grifters who keep the sheep in line, the same way Jim Jones had his soldiers who kept the sheep in line. So it is a much bigger thing that I don't think a lot of people understand. They're so good with you. He's a narcissist. He's a narcissist. But do you know what that means?
Mm-hmm. And do you know why that means that's how he's going to be? Because you can change everybody around him. He's not going to be any different
Right.
in how he is. He's not. Because he's not even going to have the awareness to even have the thought to care to be aware. Right? You know, like
Deep. I don't know if anybody caught that. I'm snapping my finger.
no, but I mean it's like it's real, right? Like I think people don't understand that it's a lot of people walking out here real wild on mental issues, like
Yep.
real wild on them. And I think that some people think you can just fix that. It don't just go away.
No,
A lot of that
it's
don't just go away.
yeah, it's a personality disorder. I mean, like everybody has some narcissist
Mm-hmm.
traits, absolutely. But to be an actual diagnosable narcissist is a whole different ballgame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing. Yeah. Guys, I'm kind of excited about this idea, and Blue, I'd really love to see visually whatever you come up with for that hourglass. But I'm kind of excited about this idea, and I'm finding my mind wandering onto maybe fulfilling this. So I'm gonna start doing some research and taking some notes.
Cool.
So I'm gonna jump.
Okay.
All right.
And yeah, Maribel, let's get together on this and chat.
All right, cool.
Yeah. See if we can come up with something that would be easy to follow. All right. Much love, everybody.
All right. Well, have a good night. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
You guys, do me a favor. Okay? Hold on. Wait. Let me see if she's in here. Oh, no. She's not in here. Okay. I'll wait till she comes back. So my little one, it's her birthday. And she is very much, nobody cares. And I'm just going to be boring. So when she comes back, I'm going to let you guys know. Oh, can you guys just tell her happy birthday real quick? She's here right now. Beanie, did people want to tell you something?
Hey, BB, happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday all the way from Arizona, California, and Mighty, where you at?
Yeah, happy birthday.
You gonna say thank you? You, they
You're
can't see you. You
welcome.
can say
You have a
louder.
beautiful birthday.
She said thank you. Oh my gosh. You guys should see her face. Like lit up right now.
He said, "People care."
Of course we care. It's your birthday.
Yes, you get to spend the day with your daddy. That's nice.
Oh my goodness. Well, you know what I like? I like that we are filled with a lot of ideas on how to make the world a better place.
Mhm.
I think that's a good thing. I think that we're all heading in the right direction. People are finding their little niches, you know what I mean? Finding what really works for them. And I think that's a good thing. I think for as long as we do our research and share that research collectively with everybody, um, I think we're going to be fine. But, you know, it's a matter of like once we achieve what we're looking to achieve, it doesn't just end there. You know, I keep pointing back to like when Obama was president, we were literally surfing like, yay, everything's fine. We're back to normal again. And then, you know, behind the scenes, evil was working.
Well, I second that because you because I said it because you know that all white neighborhood. I mean, it's just yeah, that's you know a little bit crazy and bad, but guess what? I mean, they didn't just sit there and complain. They basically had a game plan and was like, "Hey, how can we do this?" So, I mean, they were kind of successful in it, but at the same time, it's like, hey, we kind of have to, you know, do the same thing.
Right.
If you read about the summit Republicans had right after Obama got inaugurated, I mean, you're absolutely right. The whole intention was essentially like, we can never. Not only are we embarrassed that this has happened, we're going to make sure we get power back in the same way and like try to prevent this from ever happening again. That's how serious these people were. You know what I'm saying? They saw the world change right in front of them, and we're still in the midst of a like reaction to stop that from ever taking place. You know what I mean? And that's why we have to be just as determined, you know, to step up. And that's why, like with the PAC, like I don't think that he has like bad intentions, and he has a lot of passion. You know what I mean? So it's like, let's put your strategy together to make it look
like to make it successful, basically. You know what I mean? To like actually get accomplished what you envision, because we all have a lot of desire to not see, darkness take over. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And if you think about it, so we were living in Missouri when Obama got elected. I remember then I was terrified. I was so excited but terrified at the same time because I saw what was happening. I saw them getting ATVs and saying they were preparing for a battle and doing all of these things that right now I'm like, okay, this is what it was for. But at the time, how do you tell people that and not sound like, oh, yeah, just going full nutty? Because they had whole YouTube channels about it. Like, they weren't being quiet about it. But I think people were so just like, oh, well, everything is great right now, so we don't have to worry about it. It's not going to happen. But I kept seeing things and I was like, wait a minute, something's not right. And maybe that's just my like internal pessimist a bit, but it just felt like something was off. Like, okay, but why are you so unhappy? And I think getting to the root of that is not on us to do. That's for them to figure out. But we have to figure out, just like the rest of the world is doing, we have to figure out, okay, how do we move on without that small group of people in a way that forces them to look at how do we adjust?
Well, I have a question. What is that group of people that I always forget their names, that they're out in Pennsylvania where they don't have like lights, they don't use any
Amish?
the
The
Amish people,
Amish?
right? The Amish people are in their own world. Like we don't worry about the Amish people, do we?
But they're also not melanated.
Nah, them Amish, yeah, them Amish, they don't mess with us.
like that's not, but they're
That's
not,
the
and that's
America
why,
that
because
they got. They're in the great
because
again part. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think, and that's the quiet part out loud, right? Because
Oh man.
yeah, we tried that too. We tried that too, and then they made lakes, they burnt down towns, they, I mean, they done a lot of things and they built a whole park.
They could give you some good butter though.
Hey, they built a whole. Listen, what they did in New York City? It's a whole park in a whole concrete jungle.
Oh, they running
That
around
was a
like
whole city.
can't tell nobody, and people don't know about it, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just think about that. But it wasn't just New York. It was Oklahoma. It was Florida. It was, I mean, it was Alabama. It was Georgia. It was Kentucky. It was everywhere. When we said leave us alone, we want to do the same thing. They was like, absolutely not. Mm-mm.
My mind, Queen
Mm.
City, where the Pentagon now sits. There is a whole thriving black
I
city.
was gonna say that was one too. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Mighty. I have I had like this realization the other day. I was talking to my husband about it, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. So I feel like we know the great American lie that America has told white people their whole lives, like, oh, you're the best and you're great, and you know you're the dominating class of people, and that's a lie. We all know this, right? But I started thinking about something. Around the same time that Barack Obama became president, social media also became very prevalent, right? So like Facebook, MySpace, all of those things. And when I think about it, so as somebody that grew up in a small town that was predominantly white, you don't know anything outside of that bubble, right? That you're living in. other than what's on the media. And we know that the media lies and it purposely about paints certain groups one way and paints white people another way, right? So I was thinking about it and I was like, wow. So this whole time they thought that they were doing better than other people. And then when social media came around and they realized that that's not true, they started feeling threatened. And then they also saw we had our first black president, all in the same time span. And I feel like this is the reaction to that. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
It's very similar to what the experience everybody had when Red Note showed us that China wasn't, the barren wasteland that they tell you about, right? This idea that, the country is a lot more diverse and multicultural than you anticipated. It's not Leave It to Beaver. It's much closer to In Living Color than you think. You know what I mean? And that was very hard. I agree. I think that was very hard for a lot of people to understand or like get with. That's why they just said woke ruined everything with no understanding of what woke was. It was just a full blown rejection of progress and diversity.
Right, that's why they attacked it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just thinking about because I'm constantly thinking. I'm a thinker. I'm an observer and I'm a thinker. And I listen to people and I kind of try to process these things on my own. And I started thinking about the timeline of how we ended up with Donald Trump. And it just kind of made sense to me. I feel like white people are living in a constant state of delusion while everybody else is living in reality. And that's the realization I've come to. I had a different experience, so that's why I don't think that way. But majority, if you're living in a bubble and you know nothing outside of that bubble, you're easily manipulated, especially if you lack education. I don't know. I'm not making excuses for them by any means. I think it's fucking deplorable. But I'm just thinking about the chain of events that got us to where we are right now. And when I think about, and I live in New England, keep in mind, I'm thinking southern red states where we know that they are in their own little communities and they're not seeing anything outside of that. It's kind of scary, honestly.
I don't think. Okay, so one, this is not unique to the US of A by a long shot. And that bubble extends so far, so they never have to think any different.
Right.
This is why when certain groups of people go to places like Mexico, oh, the food's too spicy. If you ever notice, if you've ever traveled outside the US and you go to tourist traps, they cater the food, they cater the experience to those individuals. So it's not authentic. You have to seek that out.
Right. It's not the true culture.
They've never had to actually assimilate to cultures. So it's just never happened.
Right. I tell you, I'm constantly learning and reading books and trying to expand my knowledge and of history. The history they taught us in school in comparison to the true history is insane. It is. But some people are just so lazy that they won't ever look for it, and they don't want to because they don't want to face the fact that things that they've been told about themselves are not true. And I can sit in discomfort. I'm okay with that. It's just, I'm so over. They're I have had exhaustion with my own people for quite some time now, and it's just getting worse daily.
Well, the goal is to keep us ignorant. That's it. Yeah, this is and then this is what the quote woke situation come in. When we basically investigate true history, yeah, and we'll discuss it with other people. Yeah, we're the weird ones. We're the evil ones. We don't know what the hell we're talking about. Yeah, it's just I mean, to me, yeah, it's just to keep us ignorant. They're not going to change Christopher Columbus. Discovered America. Well, once we start saying, hey, guy, that's some bullshit. What? You're stupid. Well, I mean, they don't want they don't want us to wake up. That's just me.
What do they always say? They always say history is written by the victors, right? So you spend all your time conquering, taking over, truly like stealing in many regards. And like Blue said, this isn't exclusive to America. This is all throughout history. You know, you go back and you try to rewrite what that history is because since you won, you're not trying to be the bad guy. You know what I mean? Or, you don't want people to see you as that. You know what I'm saying? But as time goes on and people start to really dig into the past, you can't cover those things up.
Correct.
That's where we are. That's really where we are. You can't cover up the truth of what America has been built on. You know what I mean? You can't cover up that the country was built on free labor from, an entire group of people. And then it's still sort of predicated on like trying to uphold that free labor legally. You can't hide that anymore. And since the perpetrators of that action are the ones who are kind of like, hey, let's stop talking about it. That's why they're getting frustrated because people are like, no.
Because they're the beneficiaries, right?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the PAC.
Welcome back, brother.
Good.
I think I had kind of a bad connection earlier too.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, you
because
sound much better now.
we were asking a lot of questions, but we
Hmm.
weren't sure if you had heard what we were asking and how to respond to that. So
Yeah.
I know that Danny had had some questions. I don't know, Danny, if you want to bring up what we were discussing, where you at as before.
Yeah, no, I was just asking, like, I was really focused on when you say holding everyone accountable, like what that looks like, what that exactly is. You know what I mean? You were saying target the Federal Reserve, crash the stock market. I was curious if you could elaborate on what that process looks like to you.
Okay. So when I say, holding, first of all, the politicians, we as the citizens should all automatically be holding the politicians accountable, to serve us and for our best. Time and time again, we see how the campaign goes. They promise this and promise, but then they get in office and they don't do anything. I mean, I'm 46 years old. I've never seen a decrease in taxes. Um, my mayor in Philadelphia, when she just took the term, he gave herself and her whole cabinet an increase in pay. So politicians, to me, they need to definitely be held accountable. And when I just say about holding the citizens accountable, I mean not that somebody's going to say, "Oh, you have to be this or that." I'm just saying like we have to hold ourselves accountable for putting the checks and balances on these politicians. I mean, we are putting them in a position to speak on our behalf. And time again, we see they go there and they do what's in the best interest for them. Not even in the best interest for themselves, in the best interest for the corporations and the lobbyists. They don't do.
No. I hear you. Here's what I'm saying. So does accountable mean like strip them of their position? Does it mean jail? Does it mean like what does
Well,
that mean for the?
yeah, well, for whatever offense is needed. I don't think jail will be needed if you just not serving your people in your district to a standard that they don't feel is in their favor. So yeah, removal of office. I don't know if y'all was here when I was saying earlier, but I have yet to see a clear way for the citizens on any level, state or federal, to say, this politician isn't really doing any good to us. We want to petition to get them removed.
Our politicians have terms that they're in office and things like that. So
Yeah,
that's voting
yeah,
and stuff. But you'd like to see a way to get them removed sooner if they're not.
yeah, yeah. There should also be, I believe, as far as the positions, there should be a probationary period. I mean, if I go to a new hire job, they gotta wait and see how I work out to see if I'm going to be able to stay. So there should be a new probationary period. Um, there should be a lot more voting from the people to a lot of these elected officials' offices.
So the pack. So here's my thing with that though, because if we're voting somebody in, we're basically saying you're gonna work for us for 90 days, and if the 90 days doesn't work out, your runner up takes over.
Well, I wouldn't say it would be 90 days. It'd be as a political officer. So I would give them, hey, maybe a year and a half, 18 months to go into office and,
Hmm.
show and improve, show what they say they're going to be able to do on their campaign trail. So it wouldn't be a 90 days because, let's be for real, they can't do anything in a 90-day period. But
Right.
something reasonable to say, hey, if you're not up to the challenge, then we're going to have a new vote. Not
Hmm.
just usher in the next person. There will be a new vote.
So what's to prevent them from going through that probationary period and then going ahead with their own agenda once they've exceeded that?
There is nothing to prevent them from that, but there should be something to get them out of office at that point. Okay, you made it through the probationary period, but now you aren't showing up. So there needs to be a removal process.
But okay, so I think that so those things are written into the Constitution. I
What is the process for the people of America to cast a vote saying that they no longer want the president of the United States as the president? I mean,
well,
all the polls
I
show
think
that he's down in the popular vote. The people don't want Trump.
well, I think the issue is not so much that the people don't want Trump right now. I think the issue is the people didn't show up to do the portion prior, which was all
But
the
that's not
other.
and I
No, but
understand
hear
that.
me
But
out.
we
Hear me out. No. You asked a question. I just want to answer the question just really quickly. The people didn't show up prior to elect the appropriate checks and balances
that's not
that
answering the
would.
question.
Hold on,
I don't want to
Pat.
get.
Hold on.
But
Hold
what
on.
okay,
Let her finish, and then you could respond.
all right.
Okay, so here's the thing. So the way that the system is set up is that, yes, there is a way to remove the president from office, but it requires that the elected officials actually go in and vote for that, right? So the people go out and we vote. And when we vote, we say, I choose this person to represent me. But not enough people went out and chose their representation. So they kind of got what they got. And then what ended up happening and where we're at now is that because of that, it was like a snowball effect of now you have people that he likes that are not going with the will of the people because they never cared about the people in the first place because the people weren't informed enough to actually vote in the people they needed. And I think if I'm understanding you correctly, that may be where your accountability is coming in, is that it goes all the way back to the beginning of actually getting the people into the places they need to be in the first place. So getting the people out to vote for the representation that are actually going to represent them and not their own best interest. Unless I may be hearing that wrong, but please feel
Yeah,
free to
because
correct
my
me.
question was, show me where the process that the American people have the power to impeach the president.
So the
Um,
process that of impeaching the president comes from uh, the president has to obviously, we know, break the law while he's in office and everything like that. It's up to Congress to make the determination that there's
Okay,
a
good.
problem and get him out.
Let me pause you right there.
Okay.
When did your congressman come into your district and say, "Hey, I want to take a vote on if you want me to vote for impeaching the president"?
And that's the issue we have. You see what I mean? That's the issue we have. There are congressmen who have been elected to these positions, and the people who elected them may not have been informed on who these people were when they went in. That's very common in politics uh, when it comes to voting and things like that, because not a lot of people pay enough attention in general to what's happening on their local level, on their congressional level. And that's something that we definitely want to bring more awareness to. Like, you should be more involved and more aware of who your Congress people are. You know what I
How
mean? And
it
that type
be
of deal.
how about it be more of a process of your congressman is required to come back to his district and speak about that issue. Hey, he's supposed to come back. We don't need to supposed to be going to him. They should come back to us and say, we need to cast a vote on what y'all want me to do about Trump's impeachment. Are you yay or nay? Back to the people. It should always come back to the people. I understand the point of that we put these people into position to make decisions with us, not for us, with us. They're supposed to make decisions with us, but time and time again, they go in and they're just going to make the decisions for us. So,
Okay.
uh-huh.
I'm sorry, Pac. I thought you were done
No,
because
go.
Founder had her hand up. So when you complete your thought, I'm going to give the floor to Founder.
No, you can go. That I'm through.
Go ahead, Founder.
so I can't speak for other states, right? Because I don't live there. But I in my state, we do have those town halls where they do ask for our input on things. I think the problem that we have currently is all the Democrats are into uh, would be into impeach Trump, but they know that they don't have the Republicans to do it, right? They are loyalists. He purposely they played chess, and unfortunately, I'm going to say it because as much as I support the Democrats, they they were playing chess and they were playing the long game, and they put people in these seats that they knew would be loyalists, that they knew wouldn't go against Trump. His first administration, he elected those conservative judges to the Supreme Court. That's why everything that they're doing, they're fighting it and bringing it to the Supreme Court because they know that they're going to rule in his favor. So this is not our normal government. And I'm not saying it's ever been perfect by any means, but what we are witnessing currently is not how our government historically has operated, or at least in our lifetime, right? So I think that that's where, yeah, I totally get what you're saying. I agree with you. It should be the will of the people. We put these people in place. But another thing we need to remember too is everybody comes out to vote when the president is being elected, and they will, vote down ballot. But what about the midterms? The voting that happens during the midterms is significantly decreased in comparison to presidential elections. And that's what we need to be talking about in our communities and
That,
making sure that people are voting.
and I would attribute that to people having less and less, um, like less and less trust in the system. Less and less people trust the process. So they say, well, what is it for? For years, I mean, like I say, I'm 46 years old. I've seen Democrat and Republican in office, and I've never seen them do anything really impactful for the people. I've seen their kids go to school together, so what should I think? I've seen them run around in the same circles together, So what should I think?
Can I ask you a
Yo,
question? Do you look up for two things, because each state is going to be different based on what they do with legislation in their actual state. But when there's like a president in office, like Obama per se, he tried to pass so many pieces of legislation that would have helped the American people: immigration reform, minimum raising the federal minimum wage. I mean, I can go on and on for the things he tried to do, right? But do you ever look at who voted against those things? Because that's where you're going to get your context from.
Yep.
That's what matters. Because you can't say that they didn't try. You have to look at who's stopping these things from happening. And 9 times out of 10, it's Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
And so the last thing you can do, even if you feel like the system doesn't work, is to take your voice all the way out of it. That doesn't solve your problem either. You know what I mean?
yeah, I've
Because,
never said, don't speak up. You got to continue to fight.
but even with your vote, you know what I mean? Like, as a
Oh
lot of people
yeah,
that feel like the voting doesn't, you gotta, you know what I mean? Because to take your voice all the way out means other people make those decisions for you.
yeah. Well, once again, like I said, it needs to be more checks and balances. They have to stop being able to just not, come back to the people and see what we truly want. And we have to really be more so involved in the whole process and really know what's going on. But they have us
So let me ask
so
you, what
caught
would
up.
you do to get involved? Like, let's say, Justin, you're from Philadelphia, right? You said?
Yeah.
What
Uh-huh.
would you do to get involved, like just in your neighborhood or just around? You know what I mean? What would you
Well,
feel like
well,
is
the
an
first
effective?
the first thing we got to do is start getting into city council. So I'm going to be
Okay.
starting to next year, ramping up to get on the city council board um in some fashion for my district or whatever. Um, and what we got to do is, like I say, we got to get more active in the politics, in these boards, and see what's going on. Be more active than the budget, like the budgets and things that the city puts out. This is all public knowledge. I believe it should be in every state, in every city, so you can see where the spending, where the front end spending is going. We never see what's going on in the back door, but we can see where the front end spending is going. And I mean, in my opinion, there's no real way to push the politicians into the favor of the people. It's just so corrupt. In my opinion, it's just so corrupt. I mean, we see it with big pharmaceuticals and corporations. Is extremely hard.
There are plenty of ways. I mean, public pressure is real. You know what I'm saying? If the people's voice can be heard. The problem is a lot of times when the people do get wins, those aren't broadcasted as loud as when the government is doing something to make us feel scared. You know what I'm saying? So that's just something I to want to put out there, just to not discourage you from feeling like the people have
No,
no
no, no,
voice.
no. I'm never going to be discouraged, man. I'm a fighter. But I'm just saying that we need to put more pressure on them and more fear. I feel as though that government officials have no fear of losing their position, and they're human beings just like anybody else. Just like when people are told they can't take off from the job, they're scared to lose their job and they're scared to lose their income. They're in fear of the same thing. So we start putting in more stricter and uh, more policies that show them that we, the people, will get you out of your seat. We will get you fired from your job. Don't come in here and do what you say you're gonna do, and do what we need you to do. Do not even what we need you to do. Do what we want you to do, because this is what we want.
But
And
I
until
think,
I'm sorry.
go ahead, founder. Go ahead.
The part that absolutely kills me, right, is I don't even understand how Republican candidates even exist anymore, because when you look at the metrics in these Republican run states for every major metric, so like education, healthcare, median income, job creation, unemployment rates, just all of these things. They're always dead last in all of them. And I don't understand why people continue to vote for them. But then I think about education. And I think the next Democrat that we have sitting in that White House, the one of the first focuses we need is education and fairness back in journalism. Because when they got rid of that fairness doctrine under Reagan, they were able to push all this propaganda bullshit and brainwash people into believing that it's true because they didn't have to argue both sides of an argument ever anymore. And I think that those are the two first. There's a ton of other things we need to focus on. But if you level the playing field for education across this country, not only does it change the power dynamics, but it creates opportunity. The reason that red states are so far behind is because they don't invest in education. So when manufacturing went overseas, what happened was they couldn't get into sectors like investment and finance and education and tech because they didn't have the education to do it. And that's why we have, as in blue states, are literally giving our tax dollars to subsidize them because they're not keeping up with the times. Because to think that you can conserve something in an ever evolving world makes zero sense. And I think that's what we need to start pressing home to people. Like, how is this benefiting you? Please explain to me how these policies are helping you, the everyday American.
And I believe Republicans take advantage of, and in my opinion, historically, and that is there is a deep desire for a good number of their voters to not see other people get certain things, right? So what, like, we talk about how they're always able to prey on people and say, hey, certain people are getting benefits, certain people are getting Medicaid, certain people are getting this. Republicans always know how to swoop in and go, look, we're going to make sure those people don't, they other a lot of people very often. That's something Republicans take advantage of. So that's why they're able to hang on to certain positions. That ignorance is there, and you do need to educate people on the fact that when they say, oh, we're trying to take away something from other people, it means you too. But that is an emotional thing that Republicans really lean on.
Right.
We'll convince you that other people are not going to get something. You know what I mean? Just to make sure, that I don't know. And I don't know what that is. I'll be perfectly honest. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that deep-seated need for certain people in this country to just like not want other people to have stuff. I don't know where that comes from. You know what I mean?
The argument I use for that. So you have an issue with paying $30 a year to support SNAP benefits, but you have no issue with corporate welfare?
Yeah.
Well, it's how it's presented, right? I mean, that's exactly, it's how it's presented because, oh, well, if you give it to this person, then they'll help you. But if you give it to this one, they're not deserving because they didn't earn it. Mind you, the one that likely didn't earn it is the one that you are subsidizing everything for. But I think we're so hung up on the presidential portion that we forget that our local elections allow for us to vote for judges. They allow for us to vote for all these little bitty things that are the things that are the stopgaps. That is where you get additional checks and balances. I don't know.
Down to like positions like your city council clerk, your comptroller. You know what I'm saying? Like those are Republicans are filling those positions too. You know what
Your
I'm saying?
tax assessor. Listen, your tax assessor. Okay.
And you don't know when those elections are happening genuinely, and they take advantage of that. So change always goes up. It doesn't come down. It goes up.
Maybe one of the things is maybe it should be more required that local elections, and this would probably have to be a state by state thing. Local elections maybe have to be announced sooner, or am I saying that backwards? Yeah, sooner, so that you can actually get the appropriate information to vote accordingly and be
Absolutely.
prepared. Maybe that's one of the things that fixes it or helps to.
Well, and that's why, like in my state, I'm really involved in the school board in my city and in the Chamber of Commerce. I work in higher ed, so I'm always like have a pulse on that. I think, but the thing is, how do you get the everyday American that is overwhelmed with their bills and like, because not everyone is as versed in politics as we are, right? So how do we get them to understand that the president doesn't actually have a whole lot of influence over what happens in their state or their town, their city, like in regards to their quality of life? I think that's the messaging that we really need to get across because, like you're saying, these are the elections that are probably the most important. The president, yes, but I think it is in regards to our daily life and how we're impacted, those local elections are the most important.
Well, sound bites.
Right.
I mean, that's what they do for everything else, right? Sound
Yeah.
bites, little bits at a time. I think we don't have to try to take on the whole pizza at one time, right? One slice at a time.
I keep saying engage the youth. There's an energy that's coming from younger generations feeling like they want to get involved, but they don't want to feel like. I think what the issue is they don't want to feel like they're going to be like swatted away if they don't have the right opinion. I think that's what deters a lot of younger people from getting into politics. But reminding them how valuable their voice is has kind of gone away. You know, for me, you know, at 16, 17, 18, there was constant reminders that like voting matters, and that's essentially what led to electing Barack Obama was the young people being told their voice matters. We don't tell them that anymore.
You're right, we
Yeah,
don't, Danny, and that's why I was saying earlier when Pac, when you were talking about holding people accountable, maybe try a different wording, like educating why it's important to vote, not just for the presidential election, like Founder had mentioned before, but all of the voting in between, and why all of those things are important, and what it is that we're voting for. Because we're not just voting for a president and senator and state representative. There's so many different levels of voting. Like just the other day, I had to vote whether the town is going to be incorporated or not. I never thought about that, you know?
yeah, I completely agree. Because the change is going to be on the watch of the youth. You know, just to be honest, I mean, I don't see any real significant impact of change to the system in my next hopefully 40, 50 years that I have left on the planet. So after that, you know, my children, my grandchildren, I hope that they, you know, continue on with the message. But I'll definitely, is I'd say, to encourage the kids to get into politics, and not only just to get into the politics, but you know, tell them why, show them why, let them know. Well, a lot of kids are being able to see it through the internet these days, but we gotta let them know why. Let them know how the system is corrupt. We can no longer sugarcoat, you know, the world for our kids. I say that's where some things and my generation probably failed. I wish somebody would have told me the real deal about society. An adult would have told me. They say, listen, they're going to want to work you to you can't work no more. It is not no fun and games out here. I wish somebody would have really sat down and told me what is this really going to be and how
Mhm.
it is to be an adult out here. Like I tell my kids, hey, nobody is going to help you. And I'm sorry, we all have good intentions, but the way that this thing is structured, it is structured for us to separate and destroy us. The divide and conquer. This is how this thing is designed. I mean, you want to help somebody so much, but like you say, you got so much on your plate. Your boss on your back. You having issues with your kid. Your bills is due. Your mortgage is due, and the system is just coming down on you. And your wage hasn't been raised in 5 years. You've been working at this place for 10 years. Your boss don't care. You know, the CEO of the company don't care. They getting big checks up there. Like this is the way this system is not right. We have to change it. The capitalistic system is not good for anybody.
I mean, I think you have really great ideas. It really is just a matter of maybe looking at how other movements are working, what plans they have, and just kind of write everything out and sort out all of those questions that we asked you today so that you're able to answer that, when you're
You know, I
developing
can
your
answer the question.
plan.
If y'all can reiterate what was asked, I can go through it because I mean, the plan I have is I have it mapped out already. What I will say is the way that I look at it is it calls for, you know, I want to say total or not total or complete, participation by the people. Man, this is not a plan that just the people have to participate. When I lay these things out on what can be done and how it can affect everybody to play their role, got to be willing to play their role.
But how do you expect to get all of the people to participate? How do you
One, one, one,
anticipate
one,
making that work?
I mean, one voice at a time, just like we do on social media. It's as simple as a follow, a like, and a share. You share it to the next like-minded person, and that's even an issue that we deal with in society now. How many people hear a message, agree with it, nod your head, but do you ever share it? Do you ever, go and tell somebody else or put somebody else onto that person and their idea? So that's the way to get it out there with the technology that we have.
Well, I
Well,
think
you
that,
just need
I
a.
mean, I think that's great.
Hmm.
But the thing is, but you have to take into account the nuance as well that even if everybody that likes it shares it, there's still going to be people that are not going to agree or they're not going to like portions of it. So again,
Yeah,
how do you
I completely understand that. And if you're not in agreement, then it just isn't for you. Just like if someone else's ideas, I'm not in agreement of everything. Some people say they want to just flat out start making up stuff. I'm not in agreement with that. So your movement ain't for me.
Well, no, I think that it's not that. It's, a lot of us up here, we agree with what you're saying. In my opinion, I feel like what you need is a much simpler way of regurgitating this message, a much simpler way of going, this is what's wrong, this is what we need to change, this is how we're going to go about doing that. You know what I'm saying? And then if you're able to make that um, digestible in a way where you can take that anywhere and say that, and people are going to immediately get what you're trying to say, immediately get on board, and immediately feel like I want to be a part of that. That is what's going to help you move to the
Dude,
next step. Right now, you have all.
I already know people aren't going to immediately jump on board because what the plan calls for, the average citizen is just going to be too afraid to even
Do
start
you?
to do it. To be
But do you
honest, in
know?
my
But do you
opinion,
know that because you
no,
haven't?
no, I don't know that. I just say, in my
Right.
opinion, that don't mean that I'm going to stop trying to do it. I'm just saying that I know I'm not going to. Everyone's not going to jump on the bandwagon at the beginning. Uh, most most of humanity never does something until they see somebody else do it. How many times have we see the social experiments? The person doesn't do it until everybody else in the room's done it. So yeah, I don't expect for that to be like that, but I do expect to continue to find like-minded people who can see the vision and understand how the strategy will work.
I think that we're all in agreement here that you're definitely very passionate, and I think
Yeah. Okay.
we can all agree on that. But I think Danny said to you that, hey, maybe simplify the message. And me personally, because I can't speak for everybody else on this one, it does sound like you may want to receive a bit more information so that you can refine the plan a bit before putting it out. Because I do know that, especially in a time like this, people are already very on high alert and very high stress. And if they feel like the message is coming very aggressive, a lot of times they will shut down and not hear it or receive it appropriately. Um, there will be some that will, but to reach a broader audience, you may want to just take a step back and kind of look at the outline, refine it a bit, and then go from there. Because I don't think you have bad ideas at all. They just seem like they need a little bit of tweaking on the messaging and kind of a little bit more refined plan of action to actually allow for people to understand and get on board.
I agree with you,
I
and
mean, I completely understand what you're saying, and I hear you. Um, but when it comes to, the message and finding a way to make it more agreeable, that's not what this is for. This isn't, where I get this message from. It comes from the Most High, and it's not for to make it to make it feel comfortable, because this isn't something comfortable. What would have to be done won't be something comfortable. It builds anxiety. It builds, the fear in a person. But if I tell you that the plan that's been, I've been devising, if it take effect at the minimum, a $2 billion deficit per month, at the minimum of 6 months, like, if and that's just from a million people taking part, just a million people taking part in the strategic plan. We can make the banks and the Fed in a deficit of $2 billion per month, and this can go on for at the a year to 2 years, and then there's a plan to restart it all over again. It's not just something that can be that just stops. Once we get to the end, we can do it again.
But Pac, you also have to understand that people live on conditioning. They're
Hmm.
conditioned to live certain ways or habits. When I'm saying conditioning, I'm talking about habits. It's very hard to break people out of a habit. Does that make any sense? So
Yeah,
while
completely.
I understand your
Mhm.
passion that you're saying, once I lay out the plan, everybody is just going to follow along.
No, I
What if
never said
they
that.
don't?
I never said everyone's going to follow along. I said I know there will be a lot of people who won't follow along.
Mhm.
Because the like I said, the plan calls for some real sacrifice, some real trust in the plan, and that it will make a change. It will make an impact. So I know there are going to be thousands, probably millions of people who want to say, "No, that's not for me. I'm not willing to make that type of a sacrifice for the change," and that's completely understandable.
Go ahead,
That's
family.
understandable.
I totally feel your passion because I get like this too. And I even came in here and said we should all, put exempt on our payroll for taxes. But here's the thing. I think we have to remember you can't boil the ocean and you can't eat an elephant in one bite, right? So we need to start with things that are tangible, that are going to impact us sooner than later. I'm part of a movement on here, and there is a gentleman that is starting a path, and he has had research done where we can flip 5 seats to make them democratic. We are organizing to have boots on the ground to go out and canvass in these areas and support these candidates. We need to do this strategically and make sure that we're playing chess. We need to play chess because that's exactly what Republicans have done and the Heritage Foundation has done for the past 50 years. Every little move that they've made has led us to where we are. So we need to be strategic in what we're doing. And I don't disagree with you at all. I'm just saying we need to do each little step that we take, every move that we make on that chessboard needs to be well planned, calculated, and strategic. Because what we're looking at right now We have to win the midterms. We have to take back the Senate and the House. Because if we don't, the things that are happening, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to turn that around. So we need to start there and focus on that because that's something that we, the people, can control.
Right.
I mean, from my standpoint, when it comes to politicians, I mean, I haven't seen one yet. The idea of, get somebody in there that's going to, I've heard that story time and time again. Get them in there, and nothing changes. Get them in there and nothing changes. They get in there and they become, I mean, and not to say that they don't have good intentions going in, but what I think that the way that the corruption of the whole system weighs down on them so much that you have a choice to either fold or quit, and most of them just fold to the pressure and become part of the game and just play the game.
Well, you're
So I
saying
don't.
that, but have you looked at who votes for what? That's why I go back to that. Because you're saying that, but are you actually looking at who's voting against these policies? Like, even when Obama was in office, right? They literally created a tea party to block everything he was trying to do for the American people. So I'm not saying we don't have dinos in the Democratic Party. We do. We have people we need to unseat. Not saying that at all. I think we need to go more progressive, less moderate. That's my opinion. Maybe other people don't agree. But what I'm saying is you need to look at what's being put in front of the House and the Senate, who's voting against these things, because that's going to give you your answer to why we keep on ending up in this situation. Because I pay close attention to those things. And even like in my state right now, for our governor, we have a new guy running against our Democratic seated governor, but he's more progressive. And he wants to, charge the capital gains tax and the things that we're not seeing now that we should be. So you really need to look at the people that are up for election, the people that are seated, what they vote for, and that's what we need to focus on. Because I don't disagree with you that the system is completely flawed. We know what it was rooted in to begin with. But what I'm saying is when you look at policy and you look what's being presented that is for the American people, who's voting against it? Those are the people we need to get out. And those are the people we need to organize against to get unseated.
I do hear you, but at the same time, Joe Biden was part of the crime bill back in the '90s that sent all the African American kids to jail, and he called them those names. And then when
I'm
it
not
was time for him to become elected president, they turned around and elected him president. I mean,
so
he
I'm not going to disagree with you with his transgressions from the past. I do know. But I will
so
say if you look at the
But
policy,
after he got elected, what did he do?
right. But also with the crime bill, I want you to go and look at this because you can look this up too in the Congress. Who voted for minimum or required minimum mandatory sentences, the three strikes rule, and the unalive penalty? That was Republicans. They required those things in that bill. And actually, what Joe Biden was championing in that bill was against domestic violence, violence against women. And these are things that you can look up right on the congress.gov.
yeah,
So
but see, it's always the same game. They're putting stuff in these bills that have nothing to do with the situation or the relation to the bills. It's always going to be the same. It's always the same politics. I, I just believe it's all be rigged because the bills that they pass, it doesn't affect them. It don't affect them. It only affects us. They continue to get their increases in their pay for their position, and let's not get to why do they even get paid? What are you getting paid for if you're just supposed to be a representative of what the people say? What do you need to be in Harrisburg and DC? days for doing nothing.
Right. So that brings me back to the original question of like, what is your plan to combat that? What is your strategic plan to effectively change that? Because we
Once again, the
Right.
strategic plan is to first we first step is the people need to start their own party.
Okay, I
Start
mean
their own
that
party
sounds
again.
more like a concrete direction. See, and see that's a big
Yeah,
difference from what you were saying before. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
no, it's not. No, because I never laid out the strategy before. So
Well,
the first step is that the people need to come together and start a new party. Then once again we have to get heavily and what well actually first of all we have to get heavily involved in the the local politics and things of that nature, just the average citizen. So you start with your city council and things of that. Then get the people to start a new political party outside of Democrat, Republican, and Independent. Then after that, then we move on to the economic, attack on the Fed. The Fed makes its money. Well, we all know that the Fed is what funds the government. We all know what the Fed does and how they print the money and how they're the ones that control of inflation and things of that nature.
You
It's
heard Casso's live?
been to where?
Casso, he has a live on here twice a day.
It's
And
CASSA. I'm sorry, CASSO.
yeah, and he's starting a
No.
movement. I think you need
Huh.
to. So if you follow me, I'm there. I'm a mod and I'm a regular on the panel. Um,
Okay, no problem.
definitely follow me because you'll see me on the line, and or if you follow me, I'll follow you back and I can send it to you. I think you need to come in there and share some of your ideas because we have a movement going on and we
Hmm.
are organizing. And I think your ideas are valuable. And I think your voice is valuable to this conversation. So definitely come because it is blowing up really quickly. And to give you an idea of like
Yeah,
how
that's crazy.
impactful it's been, is that so I don't know if you've heard about the case about Logan Sharp. Logan Sharp was 7 years old, and he was run over by a white tea man in North Carolina,
Oh,
Hmm.
yeah.
and they weren't going to charge him with the unaliving of that young boy. And we organized, we sent emails, we called consistently, and we didn't stop. And they are actually reinvestigating the case and moved it to another court. So the power of the people is there. So
Yeah, for
definitely
sure.
come and check it out. I think you'll absolutely appreciate the message. And I think your voice is valuable.
Yeah, I was
I
just
think
about
I.
to say that before. Maybe you should look into, other creators that are doing movements and kind of see where you fit in if your ideas mesh with theirs, and there you have it. You have an invitation with founder, and maybe you guys can talk out whatever it is so that you can refine what you're trying to do.
I mean that's exactly what I've been on here doing. Just trying to find like-minded people and share my idea. I'm not. Once again, I'm not against any constructive criticism or any new ideas or any refinement of the structure of the strategy. But once again, I know that I have to stick with the structure that's been given to me to make this change.
Well,
So once again, we go ahead.
no, I'm saying you did the right thing by like starting to reach out and talk to other people because now you've
Yeah.
found an avenue to greater high raise the success rate of what you're trying to
Hmm.
do. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? You're looking to hit specific targets. You're looking to
Yeah.
hit very specific things, right? You
I
can't
mean,
really
it's to hit them in the heart. Like we just have to stop being. We have to stop walking around with our hands over our eyes. Uh, every person on this live, if someone was affecting your money, it would be a problem. That's how the world works. You can't have your money messed with. It just simply how do you live? So why does that, differentiate from the government? You have to hit them in the financial. I understand, we have movements where they want to, boycott stores but let's. let's be more strategic and more targeted about the corporations that we're going to boycott. That's all I say. Not just don't do anything. They want people to stop work. Okay, you can do that, but to me, that kind of just evens out the money for them. You don't go to work, they don't pay you, they don't lose any money, they don't make any money. Part of my strategy, what I say go to work. When the stop campaign go, I go to work. But guess what? I need you to go to work and do as minimum as possible, or actually go and try to make them lose money the best way you can for whatever position of whatever corporation you're at. Go to work, have them pay you, but do your best to not make them any money that day. That
So,
I
like,
believe
if
that'll
you're a
be more.
salesperson, don't sell anything and like,
Hey, whatever you can do,
mhm.
to not, or not to say not to jeopardize your job, but whatever you can do, sell as little as possible. But whatever you can do to make that, if it's 10, hey, if a 10% loss that they haven't met this month, then the next month it might be 20. But go to work, make them pay you, and also make them lose money. And if it's a collective thing, say like this. So if it's 10, 15, 20 of y'all at work doing the same thing, the percentage is raised. That's why I say in order for the plan to be truly effective, you know, it's going to take a collective mind state of people to say, I see that this can work.
Mm.
Everybody has to be on one accord. You can't be scared to do this thing. When I say stop paying your bills, okay, you can't worry about getting shut off, because that's when we're going to rely on the shut off people not to do their job, because you just like us. Why would you come out here and shut off my service if you live in the same pain I'm living? So yeah, it's coordinated like that. We need everybody to do their part of the strike, of stopping doing anything. We're not paying bills. We're not paying for water and gas. The water and gas workers aren't coming out and shutting stuff off. Hey, just right on there, you did it. Do something, but go and shut the people's stuff off. We're going to need that. Hey, if I say let's stop paying your card notes. You stop paying your card notes, then guess what we're going to need? We're also going to need the repo people to be on board, because in all actuality, you're just like us too. You here down with us. This ain't just for me and the next person. It's also for you and your children to get the world in a better place. So we're going to need you not to come out and repo people cars.
I don't know if you heard us earlier where we were having this conversation,
Mm-hmm.
but we were actually kind of talking about some of this. But you do realize that requires communities to come together first. So you can't start at
That's
the.
what that's what
Hold
I
on,
said.
hold on one
Uh-huh.
sec, one sec. You have to start smaller though, because that doesn't come overnight, right? That takes time to build up to that point.
I've never said I'm sparking this in the next 3 months, or I'm just saying this is the things that the strategy that I see will be effective. And I know that it is not going to be able to come into fruition until, we get enough people on board and understanding that as a collective, if we all stick together against the system, it will work. But we can't have people straggling. We can't have people crossing the picket line for, which is, you can't blame them all the time for the needs of their families. When it comes to that, you can't say, because is you got to feed your family. That's the thing that's always going to come back to self-preservation. So that's going to be the number one thing, that one of the number one things I believe that we just got to fight through is that feeling of just self-preservation. Of, hey, I just got to worry about me and mine. That's a mind state that's cancerous within humanity.
Well, see, that's why they say you have to start small, right? Because, people look for what's going to work, individually in order to convince them that they should join the collective. That's just a natural way things go. You know what I mean? That's why, like I said, the
What you mean
process,
work individually?
like you said, so you're talking about, you want to um make certain things happen, like you use the example of having people not pay their card notes, not so the repo people don't come. You know what I mean? When you're organizing things like that, they just want to know that there is going to be some sort of like payoff. They just want to know what the goal is. You know what I'm saying? To be emphatic and passionate about the actual boycott
I
or
mean,
protest itself is one thing. People are always looking for the
the
goal.
goal
You know what I mean?
the goal is to get the power back into the people's hands. Like I said, the goal is to um get these more checks and balances on the system. I believe that none of the president's cabinet, well, all of the presidential cabinet should be voted by the people. You don't get to pick who you want to be in your favor. We should be voting for every last political position. More as far as the term limits, that stuff needs to be
Structuring of our government
yeah,
altogether. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So you see
yeah,
how your
exactly.
plans sort of go back and forth between we want a better way of this system to work, but then we also want to change things
But that's all.
altogether. You know what I'm saying?
That's all in the same. That's the same thing.
But
Changing the
it's
government makes the for a
Right,
better
but you
living.
gotta, you gotta,
but
you
it's
gotta.
not. It's
Wh-
it's
wh-
different because it's it. There's already a set, like a set um, book of laws and rules and regulations and checks and balances. So what you're saying on the one hand is let's make this better, but at the same time you're saying let's tear it down and build a whole new one. And that can be a little bit confusing.
Go
You
ahead,
see,
founder.
go ahead, founder.
I don't want to have to be the realist in the room, but I'm going to be. What you're talking about isn't going to happen. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if you can't tell by this past election, there are so many varying viewpoints in this country that you're never going to get everybody on board. So when you say, oh, the repo man's not going to come, well, they're going to hire somebody that has a different viewpoint of yours. And guess what? That's going to be the repo man. That's going to be the man that comes and shut off your power or your water or your gas. So that's why they're telling you this is something that would have to evolve over time, and it's never going to happen overnight. I've worked in sales and marketing for years and years and years. So it is literally my job to uh, understand what people's needs are and then explain to them why my solution to their needs is best fit for them, right? But you're never going to get everyone to agree with you. It's just the reality. So while I totally understand your passion and where you're coming from, the thought process that you have in regards to, oh, well, if we just stop paying our lights, with the light man's going to be on board is just not realistic. And that's why I say we need to look at things that are tangible that we can actually control as the people.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying. And once again, I never said that. Um, I'm just automatically assuming everyone's going to be on board. I already know that there's going to be people who aren't going to be on board. I already know that there are going to be people who want to cross the picket line. But what I do say to them is, why? Where would those people come from? They would come from the same neighborhoods that I come from. They would come from the same instances and the situations that I come from. So why would you want to cross the lines when all of this we're doing this for everyone. We're not doing it just for me or just for them. This is a movement for everyone.
Well, look at a
So I
prime
so so so
example,
I
but there's
so
a
I
prime
put
example for you, right? In what's happening right now. You have a group of individuals that got hired into a job that other people didn't want to do,
to go and wreak havoc on people because the other people didn't want to do it. And so they got a benefit from it, right? There's always going to be somebody like that. So your power in numbers comes from building those numbers. And you have to build brick by brick. If you build on faulty foundation, you will always crumble in the end. That is why you see all this chaos that you see right now. So as much as you see all these bad things that are happening, they are crumbling on a daily basis because they built on faulty foundation. So what you want to do is you want to build from, of course, you're not going to get everybody on board, but you want to get as many people as you can in as many different aspects as you can to build up from there. It won't work from the top down. It has to work from the bottom.
I don't understand why y'all keep saying from the top down. Like, I understand that I have to build up. I have to get more people with a like mind in solidarity. I completely understand that. Once again, I've never said that, oh, I'm kicking this off next year. I don't know. This might not even go on for the next 5 or maybe 10 years. But what I do know that this is the only solution to get control of the government and back to the people. Everything else that they're going to continue to do is just continue to be a pacifier. If you're not going to strike the government in the pockets, and which is the Fed and on the stock market, they're never going to listen to you. They're never going to listen to the people.
Right.
They're going to keep pacifying.
But again, I say, how do you go about doing that?
Well, where I was at earlier, I said, we get into the government, we get a party, and then we start the economic striking parts. Part of it is, people pull their money out of the banks. Like, you got to actually take your money out the bank. Don't put it in no type of banking system. If it's cash, keep it in cash. If you want to go and get Bitcoin, get Bitcoin. But don't take your money out of the banks and don't put it into any type of federal banking system, because that's not going to work. You take your money out of Wells Fargo and put it into a credit union, it's still with the banking system. So people take their money out of the banks, they cash out all the stocks, sell it at one time. That part right there needs to be strategic. On one
And how
day, as
does
many people sell their stock as possible.
so when you do that, how does one then pay their bills and ensure that their checks are cashed and all of those things? How do they then access their funds?
Well, you still can't. You
Sell
still
those stocks.
you can
Somebody else is gonna buy them.
you can
Right.
still cash your check. You can still cash a check that you receive. I mean, if your bank your job will pay you direct deposit, but once you get your direct deposit to your bank account, you take the money out.
But that's
Never have
still a
nothing in.
financial transaction though,
But they
right?
don't. But they have nothing to gain interest off. Never leave them nothing to gain interest off. The transaction, we don't care about the transaction. You don't lose or gain nothing off the transaction.
Okay, so my next question is, where do you keep that money? Because this is starting
Mm-mm.
to sound like a keep your money in the mattress type of deal. You know
Once
what I
again,
mean?
you
Right.
you you can keep your cash, or like I say, everyone says that Bitcoin is the most secure, what do you call it? Then keep your money in Bitcoin. But keeping your
Right.
money in the
No.
banking system is not a solution to it. They're going to continue to make the interest off of that money that we keep in the system. Keep using that money that we supply them with.
Here's the
This is
thing that
So
sounding very reminiscent of the Great Depression.
And we can't
Well,
be giving
why would it
we
wouldn't be a
can't be
depression
giving
because
people financial advice if we're not financial experts ourselves.
I'm not giving financial advice.
If
I'm not telling anyone to
but
and
you are when you're saying take out your money and do this
that
with it. That's still
that
a form of financial advice.
no, I wouldn't look at it as that because that's not the text that we're talking about it in. We're not talking about it in the text of banking or gains and gains and losses.
Well, I think we have to. Okay, so let's just take a step back here, right? So we're not trying to fuss at you, right?
I
But
understand.
just the same way that you want us to hear what you're saying, you have to be
Uh,
willing to hear. You have to be willing to hear, to understand, and not just respond. And I think some of these responses are just giving very much no, but this is just how it has to be. And there's never anything that's that black and white that that's the only way it will work. Um, and we have to take that into consideration too.
This looks like
Yeah,
it.
I also want to say, what do you think is going to happen if the American people pull all their money out of stocks?
the market's going to go down.
And who's going to buy up those stocks?
The rich people.
Exactly.
Trying to, you know what I mean?
Oh,
There's
okay.
some coins from. Yeah.
That's their game anyway. So leave it to them to play.
No, but you're just giving them
They
more money to do more of
how
the things to terrorize the people.
Statistically, you should.
how are we giving them more money when we're taking our money out of the stocks and also we're not buying the products that these stocks make.
So
Once
then, what
again,
do the people
it's
do with that
But
money
people
they've
always have
taken
to
out?
buy something, right? Like we're always going to
no,
need
you
things.
don't always have to buy something.
Yes, you do. We need toilet paper. We need paper towels. We need food. We
Because then
need
this money is just
Okay,
lights.
paper
We
so
sitting
need
in
we
my
need
house. I got to
we
buy
need
something
lots of
with it.
things. Children need,
And,
we got kids, people. I mean, like,
and
yes,
once again,
people
and
are
I
always
understand
going
I
to
that.
have
got
to buy
cats.
That's
I
why
gotta
something.
buy
that's why
cat
there
litter.
are there are strategic things that you that's why I know we will need to buy. But everything that you don't need to buy Nikes. You don't need to buy invest in stock in Netflix. You don't need to invest in stock in these other corporations. Yes, of course I understand that
So then
there's
how
still
do
going
you
to be.
get to so in doing all this, how does one then get to a financial level where they are actually competitive or where they are actually building for their future or for their family's future? Because not everybody wants to just be like, let me just stick it to the man. Some people want to actually like make sure that their futures are secured as well. So how do you do that in
So
that
those people,
scenario?
those people are not the people that we're looking for
Well, I
because
don't I
those are
don't well
those are the type of people who still want to be in the capitalistic system.
well that's not necessarily true
No,
either
no.
though. I think you're looking at it very black and white, and there's some gray area and nuance that's being missed.
Many people would ask because, like I said
I don't know
before,
how
they're
I'm gonna
looking
answer
for a
that.
way to, like, they would be looking for a way to, if we're going to get into this fight, where is this fight going to take us? Where is this fight going to lead? What does that mean? I'm taking all my money out of the stock market. I'm doing the things you're not doing, it, crashing the Federal Reserve. I'm going along with this thing. It's very similar to what MAGA's going on, right? He's like, look, I'm going to take all your health care. I'm going to do all this. I'm going to do all that. And then they're going, all right, so what do we get? And just like you said, they're telling them nothing. So like when, what, where am
What
I
does the other
going?
side look like?
Right,
Yeah, and
exactly.
then on
Once
top of that,
again,
they're like, he just started. Give him time. Give him time. Is that what we're gonna tell other people? We just started. Give him time. Give him time. Give him time. Nobody has time to wait anymore. Nobody wants to wait. We're not the party that we're gonna say, "Oh yeah, we'll wait." We are already are anticipating everything else down the line with the insanity that's going on. So we have to curb or stop the insanity. And how are we going to do that realistically if we're looking at something that's like a short term um, resolution, at least for the time being, to stop the madness, and then looking at something long term later on down the line. You're saying all of these ideas, but who is realistically going to start taking money out of the bank to hide it under the bed and then not have people pay their bills online? I pay my bills online. So you're telling me to take out cash? How am I going to pay my electric bill? How am I going to pay my gas bill?
We're not paying bills at the same time.
Then you know what? Then and I'm gonna be living in a house, in a hot house with over 100-degree weather outside, with a 94-year-old grandmother. My
Not
parents are in their
once again,
70s. I can't be just
not if
having shit just shut off here in this house.
not if it, and once again, like I said,
It's not realistic.
is going to truly predicate on the collective joining together. Just
So we could
because
all live in the dark together.
Outside,
why would
intense.
we have to? If I was working for the electric company and this was presented to me, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
I
but
will
if we're
go to
not
work,
paying,
but not shut off the service.
but if we're not paying bills, eventually we're not going to have a home to live in because they're going to come put us out.
Who's going to put you out?
And if you're not
What do
paying
you
your
mean?
light,
Who's going to put you out? They
Yeah,
send police for that. They send
who's
police
going to
and
come in?
sheriffs.
The sheriff is just like me. He shouldn't come and do anything. Also,
Is
is
he?
is
Because
is, is the
last I checked, these sheriffs and things is putting people out regularly.
what I'm saying? I'm quite sure that the tariffs are affecting the sheriff's pockets. Also, I'm quite sure the sheriff has had months of him struggling and almost not being able to pay his mortgage. Also, so what I appeal to is the human being, the person who is also going through the same struggle as I am. Why would you want to continue to perpetuate this system when it's not working for you either? The sheriff
I,
it does not make $1 million. The sheriff isn't a billionaire.
I'm not really. I mean, I don't mean to be like. I don't mean to sound pessimistic like this, but I'm not really seeing an end goal that is reasonable with this plan of attack. I feel like
Like I said, the end goal is to um, either is to restructure the government, to bring the
this is
power
moving
back to
really
the
well.
people, to bring more checks and balances, and
but what energy do
the,
you think the people that have now no jobs, no lights, no food, and no housing, and what energy do you think they'll then have to
that
formulate
won't be the
a
case
restructuring plan at that
because
time?
there will be lights, there will be food, and there will be water.
But no,
Because
I don't think that. But
because
that's wishful thinking. That's not logical thinking. Because they will shut your shit off. And not only will
once
they
again,
shut your
no,
shit off, but you don't
and
have to worry about, listen, this is
and,
2025, babes. They will shut your shit off electronically.
and
They
you
don't
can
have to
always
send a guy.
you can
And they
always
don't
shut
have
it
to
back
push a
on,
button.
and you can always put it back on too.
How?
For certain, what in Philadelphia, you can definitely jump the electrical box, and
Okay, but
if they cut your water off, there's a key, at the curb. You cut the water back on.
Sir, you are asking people to break the law.
But
Like
but at the same time,
that cannot
at the
be the
same time,
plan.
people want to go out and burn down the cities from the very
Sir,
beginning.
sir,
But what
sir.
I,
We're talking about we're
but then
saying, okay, we're saying we don't want to be like the people that are in office breaking the law now. So what we're gonna do to counteract that is then we're gonna break the law so that we can change the law that they don't follow and we're not gonna follow. So
well,
nobody's gonna follow the
Meanwhile, I'm
law.
it's
gonna
not
have a
really a law
melted
because
grandmother in her room. I can't
Like
do that.
never seen
Go
it's
ahead,
anyone
not.
Stephanie.
arrested. I've never seen anyone arrested for having their water cut back on or their electric. So
in fact, if you think, so if people stop paying
I
their
can't.
energy bills, right? Do you think the company that is generating the energy is still going to be able to operate?
Yes, if the people still continue to work.
Wait, no.
With no money.
No, they get paid. What do you mean?
If
How do
the
you think they
company's
get
not
paid?
getting no money, then how are they paying the people?
Because they have reserve. They're going to still pay. So
How
is it right for them to not pay their workers because the customer isn't paying? No, your worker come to
how
work, you still pay them.
how long do you think the money's gonna last?
I don't know how much is the net worth of the companies.
I feel like this is
Unrealistic.
very unrealistic. Like
Hey,
it's just not. I
and
no.
I understand that. I'm not you know feeling any type of waves about it. Y'all not the first group or not the first people who felt as though it was something unrealistic. But
The
Maybe
pack.
some
if you
ideas
look
can
at it,
work, but the
Yeah.
idea of thinking that everybody stops paying the electric bill worldwide and that's going to trickle down to the people that turn off the bill, that they're not going to be there to turn it off, is unrealistic because you're still going to have people that will still do their job.
and
That's what
once
it
again,
comes down to. They are not going to
not, and
escape
once again,
or
and
won't
I
have a
understand that,
job.
but I believe that it will be more more people who are with the movement than not so. And once again, if in the event they do cut your services off, cut them back on. Like if people are trying to revolt, like that's not
The pack. Like I
revolution.
said,
It's to
though,
be
if the
scared.
company.
Like
Wait, no. But okay, yeah, you can turn the power back on
yeah,
at the
that's
box
that's
near
that's
your house, right? But if the company is incapable of continuing to operate, because you know they're greedy fuckers, right? So if they say
the company
you're
can
gonna
never be stop operating when the people are the
no,
are the ones who
but they
make it
can.
operate.
No.
How?
But they can't. If you're not paying your bill and they're not making profit, they are not going to stay open. That's not how business works.
Who runs the who is the actual boots on the ground at the power plant that's
Okay, think about
supplying
it
the
this way.
electricity?
Think about it this way, okay? Donald Trump put tariffs in place. There are hundreds of companies laying off thousands of employees. Why? Because they refuse to lose their profit. So if you stop paying your bills, and if a collective of people stops paying their bills, once they've laid everyone off that they can in order to still operate, what do you think is going to happen when they cannot cover their costs? The company is going to close. So that's
And
why this
and
is
and
not
that
realistic.
and does that mean that the plant has to stop working?
Yes.
Are we
Why?
going to The Walking Dead where we're going to operate things ourselves?
Why can't?
I'm
And we
just
should.
curious.
Yes, and we
You
should.
wait.
We
Let,
should.
let,
We
let's
should.
let's
We
let's take
should
this.
be
Let's
operating
look at
that
this.
grid
Hold on.
ourselves.
Let's look at this from a whole different perspective, right? Okay. Listen. So we are very globalized, right? So if we don't pay the light company and the light company don't have their money, then they cannot buy their supplies to supply the lights. Like things like, gas, oil, things like that, right? That they get from other locations. And if they don't pay those people, do you think that other countries are going to give a single damn about why they didn't get their money? Or do you think they just gonna shut the shit off? And then guess what? You don't have to worry about your guy down the street cutting your shit back on. It's not gonna be no lights for nobody to cut on. And now everybody's hot and mad.
Even the workers of the electric plant, they're just going to sit back and say,
If I
let,
don't
let, let the
have,
doors close.
listen, if I have a car and I don't take my car to the gas station, put no gas in that bitch, right? Eventually it's gonna run out of gas.
Yeah.
And if then I push that bitch to the gas station, ain't no gas there. I still have no gas. My shit still ain't gonna run. Okay? I
We're gonna
just
be
don't even know how to explain this no other way.
you're gonna be Fred Flintstone in it rest of the week.
Okay.
So once again, like I say, all that can be avoided by a collective mind state.
hell
Just
is
be
it going to be avoided
just
if they don't
because
send the damn gas? Ain't gonna be no gas.
why does that mean that there has to not be any gas? When you if you go to the when
Where
you
does
go to
America?
the electric
Where's the? Hold on. I need. Hold on. We got to get to.
We
We
gonna be
got to
up and
hold
down
on.
for
I
doing
got
it.
to understand something. Where does the United States of America get a lot of its natural resources from? Like shit, like you know, gas. I'm. My mind is.
Y'all silly boy.
I.
Husband's been preparing ever since we watched The Walking Dead. I got a bug out bag, okay? I'm just saying.
No.
I'm not saying this to be funny, but listen, I live where we get hurricanes, right? And then we don't have no lights and shit, and ain't nobody coming to cut our shit on. The guy might want to come cut the shit on, and there's no way to cut the shit on, okay? And it's just hot and it's dark, and everybody's pissed off because it's hot and it's fucking dark, okay?
come on now that's a hurricane that calls for a little bit more extensive repair work.
It's gonna be some
But
campfires
if
in your
you
home.
don't pay the guys that take care of the shit, ain't nobody coming to do the extensive repair work for the hurricane, right? So guess what? Your shit's still off.
Y'all so rough.
No, if he is part of the collective of the community, they can still come out and repair it because he's still
Where is
benefits.
he getting the fucking parts?
The parts are already there. What do you mean?
You do realize that most of the wood that comes into the United States of America comes from Canada? So if you don't pay the people and they ain't got no goddamn money to buy no fucking wood from Canada, ain't no wood coming.
What he's saying is, you better gonna go to Home Depot, get your axe. You can go to
My
that
God.
forest.
And just cut the building down.
Hell yeah.
Shit.
It better be log cabinet.
I hear what you're saying. I just feel like these is way big. These are way, and I think they're
I mean,
fantastic,
yeah,
way big
it might
ideas. But
be.
we gotta do some shit that makes sense, and that
Well,
shit don't make
there.
sense right
I haven't heard
now.
any.
Right now,
I
I'm not
haven't heard
saying forever.
anything. I
I'm
haven't
just
heard
saying right
anything that
now
makes
that shit
sense.
don't make sense.
I haven't heard anything that makes sense thus far. What makes sense? Protesting, just going out into the streets and trying to bring awareness to the situation. That don't make no sense. Everybody's already aware.
No, the pack putting the
So you're
appropriate
telling
people in
me,
place makes sense.
that you're not aware that a whole state just had all day people just leave the whole state to say we're not going to vote on this shit and we're not going to vote on this shit so that y'all can't do the shit you wanted to do. That is a form of protest. You're telling me you haven't seen how much money Target has lost. That is a form of protest. You're telling me that you have not seen. Listen, if you can't see it,
Is Target still losing money?
yes. Day by day by day. Yes.
No, they're not.
Oh, okay.
People are backing Target like they never left.
Stocks.
No, they're
This is
not.
all I'm saying. Because I do, in fact, have stock. And I'm not just going to sell my shit.
Right. And here's the other thing. All of our 401ks and retirement plans are based off the same stock market. You're telling us to take our
You
money
take all that shit out of.
Right.
The same 401ks that's disappearing,
Mine didn't disappear.
Right.
but they are right.
No, it's still there.
All right.
Oh, man.
Did it reduce for a minute? Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine
That's how
getting
stock
rid
works.
Right, but imagine getting rid of it
Donald,
completely, Blue Horizon. Can you imagine? I'm
this is how
sorry.
it works.
Nope, I'm not working until I'm 90. I'm not doing it.
Fuck, man. Listen,
But
I'm not.
you are. You are going to work till 90. This is how it's designed.
I
I'm
mean, you might.
You're not if you're not a millionaire upper in the post billionaires, you're going to have to work for the rest of your life.
My
No.
guy. We're listen. We on way late night and like this is going real wild. Real wild.
You
Like
need a
real
glass of
wild.
wine or something. I don't know.
What the hell?
Need a glass of wine or something before I get completely fucked. So this is crazy. No lights, no gas, no water, no 401k, no
No fucking
retirement.
And it's
jobs.
not like
Right.
we're laughing at you, but we're laughing at the concepts of how unrealistic. Like we would be setting ourselves up for a downfall faster.
Mhm.
Everybody, let's come collective together and not pay our light bill, and then all the lights go out.
Ideas is
And then you
awful.
know what happens? And then these rich people, they're gonna still have all their money, so they're not gonna give a fuck. They're just gonna go somewhere else.
Thinking people like Bruce said.
They're
Bruce,
gonna
where
get
we
on their
going?
fucking yachts and they're gonna go mind their business.
Boy.
Once again, like I stated, this plan isn't for everyone. Everyone's not going to see the impact that's able to,
You are
that it will be
correct.
able to have.
You are
Yes,
So
correct.
but
I
telling
already know
people to
that.
stop paying their light bill may not be a realistic solution, is what we're
So
all
have you heard it?
saying.
So have you
You
heard
have to
about
remember there are
blackout the
elderly
system?
people,
You heard
there are
about
people
blackout the
with
system?
disabilities, there are people living with oxygen. I work in the healthcare field. Can you imagine there was a man living in the
So once
dark?
again,
They had cut off his
what I
air,
see that
living
y'all
on
just focus on,
oxygen.
or
The
y'all focus
oxygen was
on one
limited.
aspect of what you heard. No one is going back to
No,
the
No,
part
we
where I said
asked you
you
that
about
you
we're
every
going
can't
to
tell
aspect,
need,
and
people
every
to
going
stop
aspect,
to need.
paying
What did I
their
say?
talk
electric
in
What did
bill.
I say?
circles.
No, I said we're going to need the participation of the
And we
whole
asked, how do
community
we
in
get to that?
order for it.
We've asked you 16 different times in 16 different ways. How do we get to that point? How do we build up to that? And the answer every single time has
Right
been
now is
people
getting
just have
out
to get
here.
on board and do it.
I never said.
I
I
want to
said
know how, wait.
just like I'm doing now. Like I said, just like I'm doing now. I'm getting out. I'm getting onto the social media. I'm finding like-minded people, and I'm connecting.
Wait, but no.
Understand? Like
I understand that you're
y'all just hearing what y'all want to
no,
hear, and I
Pack.
understand that. Like it's
No. You're hearing what you want to
no,
hear.
I'm
Because at
not.
the end of the day, no, sir, no, sir, no, sir, we're not going to do that. Because at the end of the day, what you have to have is a plan, okay? You cannot go out and build a house and just be like, I just want the house to be fucking built and I want it built the way I want it built. And then you just go and build it. And, you just got to get on board and just build it. There has to be a plan in place to ensure that that house is built appropriately. So we're
And
asking, what is the
I have a plan.
so we're asking, what is
No,
the
the Pack, the thing,
foundation? And
no.
we've asked that several times, and we are getting the end of let's just tear all the shit down, but we are not getting how do we build a
So
proper foundation
so
to
when
get
I just
to the
said
end
that
result.
that
You're
the
not
people
even
need to
listening.
start
You're
getting
not
into
even
the
listening.
government, you didn't hear
Hello.
that part. When
You're
I
not
just
even
said that we
listening
need
to
to
what
build
I'm
our own
saying.
property,
Pack,
you
you're not
didn't hear
listening.
this part.
You're
Listening, but
not
she's
even
telling
listening
me,
to what I'm
but she's
saying.
saying that I didn't lay down some things. Like once again, like I'm saying, you didn't hear the part when I said the first thing that people need to do is to get involved in government. Every citizen needs to get involved in government and then make a party, a political party to rival the Democrats and the Republicans. You
And I
didn't hear when I
responded to
said that
that,
part.
but you have to get to a
Okay, so
point.
so
But
you're saying where do we
that's not a
begin? That's where
foundation.
we
That's not
begin.
a
That is the
baseline.
foundation.
No,
And
it's
when
not.
we
Because
start becoming part of the local government. That's
Pat,
where you start at.
are
yes,
you
you're
aware
right.
of how many people are
Everybody
uneducated
does have to
though?
get involved in one form or another. But you're saying get involved with the government, get involved with voting, be educated. That's all well and good. But when you're telling people take out the money, crash the stock market, and stop paying your electric bill, now you're going off on another avenue that not everybody is going to get with. I
I
cannot
understand
see
that not
anybody in
everybody
their right mind
is getting
saying,
with.
yeah, let's not pay our bills unless they
It's
just don't like paying their
it's
bills.
movements out there right now. What is it's called? One is called Black Out the System. They're saying not to go to work. They don't want you to do anything for 5 days straight. And there's people who are with that. So I understand there is a collective of people who would be
Yes.
not paying bills and things like that.
No,
Listen,
that's not how blackout the system works at all. Yes, they are saying do this, but
what
they
are they
have been
saying do?
building up. They have been building up to this
So,
for a while, and
what
they have
do
been
they?
setting forth
What
a
are they
plan.
asking you to do?
Oh my God. Well, since you know so much, you tell me.
I
Okay,
just told
wait,
you.
hold on, because we just have somebody that came in that I've never seen before, V de Jesus.
Hi, V.
Oh, okay. Hi,
Hi,
welcome
I'm
in.
34. I'm from New York City, and I voted for Kamala Harris.
Thank you. Did you have a response to the conversation?
Yeah, I just think that everything that he's saying is absolutely ridiculous. I think that it's counterproductive. I don't think I need to say anything more than that.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Bruce, did you want to also add into the conversation? Because I know you were saying some things in the chat. How was your lunch, by the way?
Listen,
I know it was
it
late.
was great. I didn't have nothing but some noodles and some tuna, but I was just like in here listening, man. And this is I'm here for the comedy at this point. Like, I want to know, like, listen, how do we shower? Like, what are we doing? Like, we just gonna run smelly? We're around smelly, or
Y'all
we're just
gonna
gonna be
jump
all
y'all ass in
musty?
the river. Y'all gonna jump y'all ass in the river together.
Yeah, we don't have money for soap or heated water, so we're just gonna be stinky, right?
Well, we're gonna pray for that rainwater.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you right now, people start feeling a little bit musty. This plant falls apart in a week.
Oh man, rain.
Thing with it, right? If okay, so you said you're on social media talking to people. I just want to remind you that people lie like a motherfucker. That's number one. Number two, shares and likes do not contribute to, or they don't mean that people are on board. They don't mean that people are even going to vote. We already saw this happen, right? So, how are you going to gauge participation in this movement? And how is it not going to be a detriment to the people that subscribe to it if everybody's not on board?
Right.
So, like I had said earlier, I haven't yet generated a website, but I'm in the process of that. And once I get that up and running, I'm going to be moving the group to something off of social media, something that we can, have weekly meetings on, depending on, where the person is at. Like I say, one person suggested to me to have Zoom meetings or whatever, or what
The
is it?
pack.
The Google chats. You use those
Wait, the
those
pack. I don't
tools
mean
to
to
meet.
interrupt you, but I'm sorry. I had a glass of wine because you stressed me out with having no lights and no water and all that stuff. But I have one more question. If the first motivation is to get another party, right? And we have a party that is going to align with what we want and our views, why do we need to not have lights? I'm confused. Because if the first plan of action is to create a party for the people, and that party is supposed to represent us, why at that point would we need to not pay our lights or our water or gas? I think that's where I'm like caught up.
Like you say about the plan, there's no guarantee that the party's going to get in. Just because we make a party, don't mean that we're going to get the party.
Whole, what is the concrete idea? Do you see what I'm saying?
What do
Like,
you mean the concrete idea?
so you want to hold. You started out this whole thing by saying you want to hold the parties accountable. You want to hold the politicians accountable. You want to create more checks and balances and create a system where the people have more power and are able to let their voices be heard more clearly. Correct? That's what you started with, right?
Yeah.
And your process to get there has to do with, taking power back financially. You said that we need to dismantle the financial system, take down the Fed, go about that, which has ultimately led to somehow us not having lights or food or stuff like that. I'm not even sure how we got there.
Yeah, I
But
don't know how we got there either.
right, but this is what I'm saying. Your plan is not linear. You know what I mean? It's not very focused or very consistent in terms of like we're going here and we're getting there in this way. Do you see what I mean? It's
Uh-uh.
not a step by step. It's kind of like that those
Wasn't thought
conspiracy
out.
theories with the red tape and it's like we're trying to find the killer and we're trying to figure out how the Zodiac killer is going to do. That's the vibe that is coming off right here. If I were listening to you explain this to me, that's what I would think in this moment. It sounds very scattered as opposed to a linear idea.
How when I just laid out exact ways, part by part, what needs to be done in order to get this thing jumped off.
By making a political party, okay? How would you go
Start
about making that political party? Do you know how to start a political party?
yes, I do. Well, then what you
Okay.
start with once again is you start by getting involved in your local government. Everybody can run for city council. There's no, everybody can run for your state rep and all that. You don't have to go to school and go to college to be none of the local or any type of political.
Yes, but Pat,
And
you understand that
Are you running
people
for
have
city
to raise
council?
money to get those positions. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
say again.
Go
But
ahead,
but
B.
if everybody could run, how many state reps are we having? Is everybody a
I
state rep?
think the better
No,
question to
I didn't
ask
say that.
is he running for city council?
Say again. You're saying too many things. Everybody's
Are
getting mixed
you
up.
running for city council?
I plan on starting running next year.
Okay.
You have a campaign and a platform, right? What is your platform as somebody running?
But I want to make
Well,
sure that we're clear. You need to start running now for next year. You can't wait till next year to run. And that's why I'm actually running in 2028 because I need time to network within my state and really get my name out there. But the reality is you need to be running now in order to qualify for 2026.
okay, so I didn't say I'm running next year. I'm going to start ramping up next year and starting my campaign for the next term. I know that the term is I'm not going to be able to make that. So I'm going to start my campaign and my movement after we see who is in here, gets into the office, and build around that.
Don't you want to have a impact on what's going on? What would you try to get accomplished in the meantime? Because when you run and when you start telling people, "Hey, I want to make these changes," they're going to ask you, "What have you done in the community to let me know that you're capable of doing this?" You know what I mean?
Oh well. Right now, I'm running a campaign to stop the gun violence across the nation. So
Oh, can you just
Oh, be
be,
that's my
can
main
careful.
you use
focus.
Oh, be
Pat?
careful. You got to say like pew pew.
Yeah,
We
Uh,
have
no,
to use TikTok friendly language.
yeah, because you can get the
okay.
license.
So you can't. Okay.
No, you can't use the G word, say pew pew, don't say K, say unalive. Just if you're uncertain, just don't say anything, but just try and keep it TikTok friendly, please.
You can't say it on Miss
Mhm.
Until you can't say it here. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm. That's my focus as at the moment. That's why I haven't been focusing on the stop campaign because I believe this is deserves more of my attention right now. Um, I'm pushing for Ammunition Restrictions Act.
Okay. All right. Well, I
So
mean,
so
there you
so
go.
so I've been out
Those are
here.
concrete things. Those are things that constituents, those are things that voters will be asking, "What have you done?" It's a track record, right?
Right.
I know this. This is why I'm. Well, it's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I'm just fed up with the gun violence, and I have children, and I
Well,
don't.
Okay,
again,
that's twice now. So
Oh
just be
oh
careful.
oh shoot! I'm
No, I'm
sorry.
just saying, just be careful with the language because TikTok is funny and we don't want the live to get taken down.
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
We
well,
don't
yeah,
use that word anymore.
with that type of violence.
Hmm.
So that's my
It's the
main
pew
focus right
violence.
now.
Hmm. See, these are, like Danny said, these are all realistic things to look at. You're
That's real
looking at
stuff.
how to
Uh,
curb certain things that have gotten out of control. And we know that because of recent events that just played out. The one that played out in New York City at 345 Park Avenue.
yeah.
So those are
So
realistic things. But we're just saying to tell people stop paying their electric bill and
they
risk
they
living in the
they're
dark,
already out.
that's
They're already
not.
out here saying it. That's not nothing new. Is if there's many movements are saying
Are you
people are
talking
on
about Con Edison? How
people
Con
are on
Edison
to
in New York
Yeah,
City
well,
is
there's
taking
Con Edison in
advantage?
New York
of
City, but we're
the
talking
shooting.
about Con Edison doesn't control all the other states. You understand what I'm saying?
No, yeah, I was just trying to get like a specific,
Yeah.
Okay, so
answer.
the
I'm so
pack, you want
sorry.
to work towards getting elected. And you've also said you want to work towards holding everybody accountable. So right now, we are holding you accountable and we are
Uh-huh.
letting you know in that
Uh-huh.
accountability that a lot of these things are unreasonable. So we're not saying that what you want to do is something you cannot
No,
do.
no, no.
We're
It's
saying,
it's
hold on, let me
unreasonable
finish,
to y'all. I
let
understand
me
Let
that.
her
finish. Every
finish.
time I
Pat,
speak,
let
you
her
cut me
finish. Let
off.
her finish first, and then you can
Listen,
respond.
we're not saying you can't do those things. What we're saying is write out a plan and adjust as needed so that when you go to articulate it, because we're asking you these questions, but trust and believe other people are going to ask you these questions when you bring these things up, and it's not always going to be as friendly. So we're trying to provide you constructive criticism on how you can re- rephrase some of these things to make them work for you and for you to campaign going forward. We just want you to be successful.
And I appreciate that, and I hear what you're saying. But once again, the rhetoric that I'm going to speak is not for to be comfortable. I don't believe that I'm speaking or saying things in any way that a person would not be able to understand or comprehend. Now, whether you are for the ideas or not, that may be a different case. But as far as me not be able to articulate it in a manner where it's digestible to the average person, I don't believe that's what I'm doing. It might come off a little bit, um like you say, it might come off a little bit scattered because I am still kind of wary, putting everything out there as far as the steps that should be taken, but it's not, you know, is well constructed.
You
Go
know,
ahead,
you know what
founder.
you. Oh, go ahead, Fonda.
Oh,
Sorry.
So here's the thing, the pack. What's kind of clear to me is that you don't understand how politics work in regards to getting people on board, right? I
I
get
do.
your well, no, I mean you're telling people to you came up here and basically said, "Oh, we should stop paying our light bill and our water bill and our gas bill." So here's the thing: as someone that's worked in marketing, marketing is literally what they use to win elections, right? So your messaging needs to be clear and concise, and right now it's not. And to think that you're going to be able to sway millions of people to this thought process is not realistic. So that's why I said to you earlier, you can't boil the ocean and you can't eat an elephant in one bite. It has to be small, tangible moves. I don't disagree with you that we should create another party. We should. But I want to remind you that the independent parties have been here for years, but have not ever been able to win the seat.
Yeah.
So you have to think about these things when you're thinking about politics overall. And you have to think about who you're talking to and your messaging, because that has to be clear and concise. So, like for me, in my state where I'm going to be running, I have a revitalization plan, right? So people shop online now. So a lot of small businesses are all online. They don't have a flagship store like we used to have before. But that what has that done? It's done damage to our downtown, our downtowns, our economy within the city structure, right? So I have a plan that would give tax breaks to the corporations that own these storefronts, for allowing rent discounts for 3 years. So 50% the first year, 40% the second year, 30% the third year, and that allows the business to grow, and it also brings commerce back to our downtown area, and it's also going to prioritize uh, people in marginalized groups with grants and things of that nature for their small business. But that's going to overall help the entire community. So you need to have clear, concise ideas, legislation, and a message. And what I haven't heard from you tonight is that. And that's what we're trying to tell you, is that telling people to just stop paying their bills without any real data on the outcome of that is not going to get you what you want.
Go ahead, Danny.
You're a I was gonna say, Pack, you're obviously a very like smart person. I hope you don't feel like anything that we're saying is trying to diminish what you're
Not at
trying to get
all.
accomplished. You know,
Trust me, not at all.
but as you present what you're trying to present, you're going to be presenting it to increasingly more, you know, um, like accomplished people who are going to want to like help you in a tangible way. So you got to have like tangible things you want to get done. That's all. That's all we were
and
trying.
and that's once again, like I said, once I get the website up and running, because I mean, I don't have the money to keep maintaining. I'm not gonna put the money into, if I have other things I have to do. I'm just like everybody else. So once I get to a point where I can get a website up and keep it maintained, and then I can start to organize with people offline, and then I'll be more than comfortable to really go dive into the plan and divulge all the steps that are part of the campaign. But it's just like when I'm on here, I just don't really feel too comfortable about going all the way into it and really talking about. Like you say, there's some words you can't be said on here, so I don't just talk about it, but so much. But like I say, I laid out a couple of the steps. Those things are, parts of it.
And
Uh,
this goes back to your marketing, right? How are you going to get people to that website?
how would I get people to my website?
Yes, because I'm going to ask everybody on the panel right now, has anything you've heard tonight, would that motivate you to go to that website and look further into this? Just be honest, because he needs to hear the honest truth.
I mean,
No,
I
no, no.
would.
I
I
mean,
would.
no. I mean, it's clearly that this isn't a panel that we have. I mean, we do have some like-minded ideas, but this isn't a panel that really, would be with the moment. Is not the sacrifice that y'all seem to be willing to take,
So
But
and
I
that's
think, but
understandable.
I think you're not presenting it well, and so
I mean,
it
but see,
then prevents us from being able to make an informed decision because we're not getting the information that we seek to know if we are or are not on board. We're just not those type of people to just be like, yeah, let me just run with that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, we don't really rock like that. We are very much a
no,
group of
no.
individuals that like to research, which is why from the very beginning, the first time you came on here, the first thing I asked you was, do you have a website? So you can't assume that we don't. It Your messaging is coming off a little crass to me. And it feels a little bit like you're telling people like you're trying to make our decision for us as opposed to just answering the questions so that we
I've
can make
answered
our
every
own
question.
decision.
I,
But you
when
just said you don't feel like this panel is that. But it's because we're saying, well, we don't feel like that sounds realistic. And so if you can provide us the
yeah. So,
information in a way that makes sense, then yeah.
but it's never going to make sense to you if the things that I propose, you say you don't feel as though you're willing to do it. If you're not willing to sell your stocks and you're not willing to take your money out the bank, there's nothing more I can do. You're just not willing to. Anything
No,
that I
it's not
say, no,
that.
no,
It's
Well, you
saying
know,
no, no.
no, but that's not what we said at all.
Nobody
And
said
That
then
that.
that is
also,
what you
like, are
said.
you saying that when you word it on a website, you're going to be able to express it clearly than what you're doing now? Because what's going to happen is, if you have everything laid out on a website and it looks beautiful and well put together, and then now you're going to convey that message verbally, and you can't, people are not going to believe what you're saying because it's not matching the website. Do you understand what I'm saying? So how will you be able to convey, if you can't convey it now? How are you going to convey that on the site? Are you going to put everything that you just listed out? um uh don't pay your bills, crash the market. People are going to look
Yeah,
at and read it and be like,
yeah. Most of it, I'm not going to lay the whole plan out on the site. Once again, the plan is to be talked about amongst the groups
But you have to be able to
of,
get those
of,
people to the
of
groups.
amongst. Say again.
But you have to be able to get those people to the groups.
Yeah,
And as somebody that
and
has a background in this, I
the like-minded
understand.
people are going to come to the group. It's
But
not
the
going to be
path,
for the. I
I'm not
understand.
trying to cut you off, but I just want you to understand something. As somebody that has a background in marketing, right? That's literally what I do.
Okay, I understand that.
No, but listen, just listen to understand for 1 second, okay? What I'm saying to you is, how do you get people to that website if your messaging, the way you orate to people when you're talking to them, is not clear and concise, and is not, to everyone that has listened, is not realistic, right? So you need
Well,
to
once
look.
again, there are I don't know people, 39 people. That's fine if the 39 people in here don't agree.
What I'm telling you
Because
is,
I can,
most Americans are not
because
going to agree with the way that your messaging is being delivered.
because I was just on a live with another guy, and it was about 50 something people in there, and we was in agreement.
Let me ask you a question, Ty.
So I understand. I'm not,
everybody agreed that they were fine with getting their lights cut off. Everybody, all 59 people agreed
when
with
I
that.
got there, they were already talking about striking and not paying bills and not going to work. This is the message of most of the movements out there are saying stop paying bills, stop going to work. That's the number one message.
So
Boycott the system. Stop going to participate in their stores. This is the message that I'm seeing. So it's not
okay,
like
you know why
this is
Obama
this.
won? Do you know why Obama won twice? He's the greatest orator of our lifetime, right? The way that he presents his message, the way that he articulates that to the people, it resonates with them. And that's what I'm trying to get across to you, is you need to have messaging that resonates with people in order to even get them to your platform to look in more in depth into what your ideas and your plans are. We're not trying to
So
be a bully.
listen, I understand what you're saying, but just because it doesn't resonate with y'all doesn't mean it
No,
doesn't
no, no, no.
resonate with someone else.
Your messaging is not clear or concise.
I
There's
don't
no
think you.
outcome.
If we're being honest here, like I'm, because my head is getting tired. I don't think you
Oh, it's
want
2:30.
to
I got it.
hear anyone say anything other than what you want to hear. And unfortunately, we are not a group of individuals that are going to just pacify and tell you, yes, that is a great idea, and run with it. Because we try to elevate each other. So if one of us says something and we're like, wait, I don't really agree with that, we can have a conversation and get to a higher plane, right? But if you can't hear that part, it's not a, oh, well, it's just not going to resonate with you because I just can see that you're not on board. You don't know what I am or am not, because the same way that you say that you have people that are supposed to be working for the people that are not, you are exhibiting those behaviors when you are speaking right now. And you are going to end up with the same result. And I don't say that to be mean, but it's just a fact. That is how we have Donald J. Trump right now. And I land my plane.
I don't agree.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the answer that I think we all expected. And Pack. When did you, let me ask you this? Let me just ask you this question, okay? You what? You voted in November, right? And I'm not trying to set you up. Just like, who'd you vote for?
I didn't vote in November.
Okay, so okay, so there you go. So that's you didn't vote in November,
I
and
didn't.
for
I
what
didn't vote
reason?
for the president at all.
You didn't vote in November for what reason?
Because neither one of them, I believe, was going to do anything for the people.
The Pack, have you actually looked at what the Biden administration accomplished? Like, have you ever even delved into what they accomplished? Because one thing I'm very clear of, and this is why I'm saying to you about messaging, they did not effectively communicate everything that they accomplished during their administration. And I can say that because I'm a critical person of both parties, right? Even the one that I align with the most. But have you actually looked into the accomplishments of the Biden administration before you say that, or before you chose to have a protest vote?
No, what they did in the Biden administration, I don't see anything they did for the people. There was no
So,
tax cuts.
no,
There was no increases in
you
the
do understand
wage,
that we were
which
still
is
under Donald Trump's tax plan that didn't expire until 2025, and they had no leeway with that? You do understand that, right?
so. How is it that when Donald Trump gets in office, he can do 1,000 executive orders to do just about whatever he wants, but
The executive orders weren't
Biden
his
didn't
tax plan.
didn't do anything.
No, Biden did a lot, and that's why I'm asking you if you looked into it. Because the reality is, Biden brought us back from a global pandemic faster than any other country. And by the end of his term, we were back almost back to pre-pandemic standards with inflation. But corporate greed and price gouging was our biggest problem, which Kamala Harris had a plan to attack.
Correct.
Like, this is what I
Why
mean.
did
Like,
why didn't Biden attack it? It's
he
not like it
did.
wasn't there when
Sir,
he got there.
he went from no. He went when the world opened back up and
You know how
supply.
government works?
Yeah, he doesn't.
Do
That's
you,
the
my
problem.
man, I gotta ask this question. Do you understand how government works?
Yeah, I know how
Well,
government works.
how a law becomes a bill?
Yeah, I know all
You
that.
know how you need. Do you know you need 60 votes in the Senate to pass a law? Do you understand that part?
I understand how it's supposed to work. I know that's not how it works though.
So this is the point that I was getting at, and this is the point that Founder is making, and this is the point that Blue is making as well. You know what I mean? You did not understand the messaging. You didn't hear the message. You didn't understand the accomplishments. You didn't know what was going on. So when you in turn step up to launch your movement to reach out to the people, that is going to be the biggest issue. And you don't want to run into that same hurdle. That's what we're trying to get through to you. The messaging is not there yet. You see what I mean? And you have the intention, you have the passion, you have the drive. We can hear it. We can hear that this is something that means so much to you. But I'm telling you, when you start presenting these ideas, you start unpacking them with people who are going to ask you the exact same questions that we're asking you now. You know what I mean? Once they start hearing you get into the crash the Fed, no money, no work, don't do nothing, this ain't the, you know what I mean? You can't, they're going to
And
need a little bit more details. You see
a
what I
little more
mean?
detail about what? I don't understand. If you're not in agreement, you don't want
as
to do
as
it,
to
then you don't
how
want to do
as to how that will benefit the people, as you say you want to do. You see what I mean?
it. Like once again. So that will benefit the people by getting control back of the government to the people. The people will now be financially in control. If you're if you're not spending your money and you're not giving the government money and you're saving your money, you have like I don't understand. You're not getting money out there that's going to be
I
taxed
totally
by the
agree with
government.
you. But
You
here's the
you
thing. You need to do more research on what was actually done, because what I understand very clearly right now is you didn't look into any of that. You didn't look at the legislation that was passed under Biden. You didn't look at the investments that he made to improve the quality of life that Donald Trump is stopping?
Listen, because some of those, if he didn't do certain things that don't matter to me, if he didn't cut taxes, if he didn't raise the minimum wage, if he didn't do universal health care, those things don't matter. These are the things
No, but what he
that we
did
suffer
matters.
in America
No,
today.
the pack.
The
Here's the
average person
thing.
is crying about what they can't afford. And
Exactly,
what's
but
going
why
on.
do we end up in this situation
So when
every
the
single
guys
time?
come in and
No, the
they're not
pack. You're not
doing those
You're
listening.
things,
not listening, man. You're
You're
not
not
listening.
listening, and that's the
but you're
biggest
cutting me off,
problem.
and I was talking. You're cutting me off,
Because
and
what
I
you're
was
saying makes no
talking.
sense if you don't
See,
under.
but when
You
I
are
cut somebody
speaking
off because they're
the
not making sense
pack.
to me, y'all coming down on me.
No, here's the thing.
Why aren't you telling
You
her that
didn't
We're
I'm
not
even.
speaking?
coming down
I'm
on you. That's the
speaking,
thing.
and
Why is it
she's
that
cutting
you're
me
thinking
off.
that we're coming down on you? Nobody is coming down
No,
on you. And your reaction,
when
how
Blue
are,
was talking, and
Pat,
I cut her
how are
off,
you going to
you
react
asked
if
me
you're in a
not to cut her
different
off.
situation when
But
people
Founder's cutting me
start
off.
asking you questions? Are you going to do the same thing? If you're
What do you
running for
mean?
a seat, are you
Listen,
going to
I've
react the
been
same way? You're
being
going to,
respectful, but just like I was speaking, Founder cut me off. No one said, "Hey, let him speak, let him speak, let him finish." But when I cut Blue Horizon off, it was let her speak, let her finish. Like,
But here's the problem that I have.
and I'm not upset at nothing. I'm just saying, let's just be
The
fair.
pack, but here's the thing. When I asked you if you had any idea what was accomplished under the Biden administration, you had nothing to say.
I
How
did
can
say
you,
something. I told you
but you don't
if they
know.
didn't do certain things, it doesn't
No,
matter to
but you
me.
don't know what they did do. That's the problem. And as somebody that says they want to run for government, if you don't understand what's been done, what they attempted to do, who's voting for what, how can
Attempting
we
to do
follow
anything
you?
is definitely doesn't matter. You don't attempt to do anything.
Oh my
Either you're
God.
going to do
Yes, you
it or you're
do.
not.
That's how legislation works because there's a two-party system where people have to vote. That is how it works. And that's the problem that I have as a part of the voting public is that you don't understand what has been done, what has been attempted to be done, who stopped it, who voted for it, and how can I trust you to
Taxes
lead
for the
me?
working class has never went down, but they always got something for the corporate.
And
Even
you
you and your movement are proposing more tax cuts for corporations of the building or something that you're saying. Like, come on,
nobody
dude.
said any of
More.
that.
Pat, do you
No, no, no,
remember?
no, no, no.
You did. You
No,
said
I
what
said
you're doing.
prioritize. No, sir. I said
You said tax
prioritizing
cuts. You
margin.
said
No,
tax incentives for the corporations of that own
that
the
own the
buildings.
businesses that are sitting
So
empty. That are.
okay,
You're
so
not
why do
listening. The pack.
corporations
That's
need
the.
more
You're not
tax
listening.
incentives?
Did you hear what I
I am
said?
listening because
The
that's what you
rent would
said.
no. You didn't listen because you would have heard the part where
It
the
doesn't matter
rent. Oh
if
my
they're
okay,
empty or
god.
okay,
not.
okay.
Why
What, one at a
give
time. One
workers
at a
more
time.
tax
Pat,
incentives?
hold on, hold on. Danny has his hand up. I'm going to give Danny the floor.
All right, all right. I just want to ask. All right, well, I just really want to say that, like, and this is going to be tough to digest, but what you're doing and what you're presenting, how you're presenting it, and how you're not really engaging with the actual, like, facts of what people are trying to present to you. This is what the president we have now has done. This is how he acquired the power he got. If you remember when he ran the first time, he said all the exact same things you have been saying, my friend. You know what I mean? We're going to
No,
change the system. We're going to rip it down. They're not listening to you. It does not matter. All this stuff, right? And that type of rhetoric is good. You're right. It's not for the faint of heart. It does get people on your side, and it may not get everybody on your side. But the point is, it is all stuff that sounds well and good until you have the seat that you're looking for. So what we're trying to push back on you on right now, and it's not us coming down on you, what we're trying to get through to you in this moment is we're saying you have these ideas. You want these ideas to grow and take not just you places, but society places. But when you actually get in that position, what are you going to do? How are you going to do it? What is the process? And these are things that the president won't even answer, so much so that he will fire people who don't even, give the answers that sound good to him. That's what we're trying to avoid when we're asking you these serious questions. You know what I mean? And so if you're upset and frustrated because it just seems like we're badgering you, this is what the American people are literally going to do to anybody in leadership. We need to know what you're doing. Just like you're upset about the people not listening to you, the people that vote you into that position are going to, in turn, want to know that you're doing what you're doing for them, and they're going to want to know every single detail the same way we're asking you right now. You see what I'm
And
saying?
and I've given you that. And when I started to get into the plan, when I said pull your money out the banks, sell your stocks, you say, hey, that's not for
Hey,
me.
can I ask you a question? Where do you live?
That's not for me, right?
Philadelphia, I think he said Philly.
We say,
You live in Philadelphia and you didn't vote?
yeah.
Oh my God, bro. See, if you're gonna do anything, you're gonna talk to a left leaning audience. You keep that shit to yourself. Don't tell nobody that.
Keep what to myself?
I
Oh,
wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah,
Why wouldn't what I got to hide? I don't
yeah,
fear no
bro.
man.
Once you say that you didn't vote, bro, I have to. I hate to say it. It's over.
That's for you.
It-
That's understandable. Hey, listen, but and some people say once you say you did vote, they not with that. Like, come on,
But
I
that's
don't
also
take
my
no offense
point
to
to
it.
you. Like, you say you want to run
I
for
have my
office.
reasons why I didn't vote, just like y'all had your reasons that y'all did vote.
I don't
But
want to
that
be
doesn't
that guy,
even
man.
make
But this is real
sense. You
life,
have to
man.
understand
This
that
is real
you
life.
not voting, and then you're talking about, let's do this movement, let's do this, let's do that. And then people get all gun ho and then ask you, who did you vote for? That prompted you to do this.
I say
And you're
neither
gonna be
one
like,
of
I
them
didn't vote.
because
People are gonna look at you like, well,
I don't
why
believe
do
in
we
those.
need to follow you? You didn't vote. You didn't make your voice heard. Why
Maybe
should
they
we
should ask
follow
me why
you?
why I didn't vote
No,
because
you know what I'm gonna ask
I
you?
don't believe in either one of them.
No, but
I,
as a voting,
Okay, let me chime in here. The reason I have such a problem with this is because at the rate we're going, you'll be lucky if there's even an election in 2 years or next year. So this whole idea that you decided you didn't want to vote because you didn't like either of the candidates, brother, I don't even know what to say to that.
the whole thing about Donald Trump staying into power after his term is that's what's not going to happen.
how do you know?
That's what's not going
How
to
do you
happen
know?
because this is how the system is made. It's made for the next person. What we
Tell
need to
me
be
what
worrying
your
about
movement.
what
Tell me
will the
what your
next
movement
person
is
do?
gonna do if Trump decides to cancel the election. What then?
If
Huh?
Trump decides to cancel the election,
Who all
Yeah.
be
then
What if
sitting
what
in
if we
the
don't have
dark?
an election in 2026?
then the
Come
movement
on,
will
man.
then the
Who all be
movement will
sitting in the dark?
definitely the movement will definitely make an impact because that's when it will be that's when we will want to do it the most. If Trump decided that he not
Let me
getting
tell
out of
you
office,
something.
we definitely want to bankrupt the Fed and collapse the stock market. To sit back and allow that at that point, you were really going to do it then. What
Question.
what will happen?
Tell me what this movement is gonna do when they start denaturalizing people, huh? When they start kicking American citizens out of the country, what then? You think Kamala Harris is gonna denaturalize people?
They're not going to. They're
Answer the
not going to do
question.
that. They're not going to do that. So who's going to pay the taxes that funds the government? Who's go-
I ask you, what are you going to do? What good was your protest vote when
who
Donald Trump starts stripping people's citizenship away,
and
huh?
to me that is something that is infallible. That will not happen because then who is
But
going
you
to
lost
pay
a
the
ton of
taxes?
credibility when
Who's
you
going to
came
pay the
onto this
taxes
live and
then?
told me you didn't like either candidates. This is grown person shit.
Yeah, it
Okay?
is.
People are adults. You have to make adult
I'm an
decisions
adult
sometimes,
too.
and sometimes that decision is
In
not
my
the
in my
best.
adult in
You
my
don't get
adult
to
decision,
always best
no,
of two choices, my
no,
man. You don't always get the
I'm
best choices.
the lesser of two
I'm
evils.
driving in a Mini Cooper right
The
now, my
lesser
man.
I'm the
of
lesser
two
of two
I'd rather be
evils.
driving
evils.
around in a Rolls Royce.
I'm
So
tired of the
fuck you.
lesser of two evils, man.
There
That's
was
something that
one who
we
You
got to
keep
put
that
away
had
with.
childish
there
We
was
either got
fantasy
to
up.
one
put
who
away.
had policies laid out, and there was one who had concepts of a policy.
They always all have policies laid out.
Right, but
They
No,
remember what I
always
mans.
said to
do.
No,
you.
my mans.
They always do.
No, my mans. One of them had concepts of a policy, and I swear Yeah, given concepts of a policy right
They're
now.
Yeah.
promises.
Go
They're
I'm
all
ahead.
I'm I'm
promises.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You're
At the
giving
end of the day,
concepts of a
at
policy
the
right
end of the
now.
day, they're all promises
Go ahead, founder.
of what I might do until they get into
The
office,
pack.
and then we all know that everything is ran by corporate
No,
interests.
no, no,
Then
no,
what?
no. The pack. I'm sorry. You lost credibility with me as the voting public when you said you didn't even look at what the Biden administration, which included Kamala Harris, accomplished. You had no investment in looking into what they accomplished.
None at all.
Exactly, and that's the problem I have with you.
Because
How can I trust? No, 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 no.
I
Act,
didn't
it's
see
my
any change
turn.
in America.
Listen, Maribel said it was my turn, so I'm going to say this. How can I invest in you? How can I trust you as a leader when you don't even know what the party that was in office did for the American people? That's a problem for me. You're saying let's not pay our light bill, let's not pay our water bill, let's not take our socks out, but you have no idea what was accomplished under the last administration that you chose not to vote for. And you put us in this
Let's
situation,
let a white nationalist win the election. The
right?
fuck?
Like he's literally dismantling civil rights offices across this nation. 7 out of 12 have been closed. The EEOC has been significantly understaffed. Like I don't think you understand the impacts of you not doing your research and understanding what they actually accomplished for the American people is a problem. And I don't understand how you can sit here and expect us to follow you when you're not even educated on that.
Can those policies be re-implemented?
Do you not understand what's about
Dodgy,
to
bro.
I'm
This is
asking,
annoying.
asking that question. That's a yes or no. Can those policies be re-implemented?
I'm sorry. Are you black like me? Because you sound black.
I'm just asking you a question. Like I
And
don't
I'm
want
just
to.
trying to see. I'm just trying to see if you black like
Can
me
can
because that's
can
just gonna
can
really
can
just really
can those
just.
policies be re-implemented? Everything that Donald Trump done, can it be reversed?
Explain something to you, brother.
Why can't nobody just
Trump
answer
is
my
a
question?
Hold
okay. Let
on,
me
hold
talk.
on.
Let
I
me
don't
talk.
want to
Let me
hear.
talk.
I don't want to. I don't. I should just
Trump is a
answer my question. I'm trying to get an answer to my
my man.
question. Everybody keep coming back with their opinion. I just asked them one question, and I will let you go.
My guy,
Can
you haven't
Trump's things
given.
that
My guy,
Trump's
you haven't
can
given
can
nothing
Trump
but.
the things
My
that Trump
guy,
do
you haven't given
be
nothing but
reversed?
opinions
That's
this whole
all.
night. For
That's
hours and
all.
hours and hours and hours and hours, you've been talking and
That's
giving
all.
opinions, and then
That's
you're
all I
complaining
asked.
about our opinions for people that actually
But
voted
I asked
and
you.
actually read about
But
the
when I
Bruce
thing.
was
asked a
trying to ask
question,
a question and you spoke over
but I
him.
asked the question first.
Okay. Okay.
That
Well,
wasn't
have you
answered.
ever read? You know what? I don't care about none of that. Have
And
you read the?
I'm
Have
still not
you
getting
read? You know what?
my question
I don't
answered.
care, and you're not going to get it
Question
answered
is,
by me.
can
But what you will get,
those be
what you will
reversed?
get,
That's all I'm
but
asking.
what you will get is: have you
That's
read the
all.
Constitution?
That's all I'm asking.
Have you read the U.S.
I'm not answering any
Constitution?
question until my question is answered.
The
That's
pack,
because that's childish. That's very
No,
childish.
well,
he's
no.
not going to succeed in politics at all because he doesn't under. No, the pack, your
I
opinion
thought we
doesn't
were
matter in
having
Very
we
politics.
were
I
having
hate
childish.
to
a
make it to you.
dialogue, and I asked the question,
No,
but
the
You don't
pack
want a
is
dialogue.
Can
not.
somebody please mute this man? Jesus Lord.
no,
My guy,
seriously.
you don't.
That's all I'm asking.
You
I just
don't
asked
want a
for.
dialogue, but that's the thing. You don't
I
want a
just asked the
dialogue because
question. I do.
no,
I've
because you
been.
are only
I,
listening to respond. Like every single thing, you gotta, yeah, and that's fine, and that's fine, and that's fine. As opposed to you said you want
Love
accountability,
him.
but you cannot accept accountability. And you could be mad at me all you like, but listen, at the end of the day, you are listening just to respond. And all of your responses are not putting the situation any better. If you want to run for office, do the basic things. Read your constitution. Understand how the electoral process works and learn how to damn speak to people.
I agree, Blue Horizon. That's what I was trying to get
Jesus.
across to him. Like, dude, your messaging is terrible, and you're not going to accomplish what you want to accomplish with this stance that you have. We're giving you construct. We were being friendly. We were giving constructive criticism. We're saying this is what the American people are going to ask of you if you're running for office and you're not grasping that. You want to be angry and get mad at us, but we're just telling you the truth.
And see, and that's the thing that I was trying to say. If he's running for a seat in the near future, how is he going to talk to people when they have questions that they need answers to? What are you going to tell them? Don't pay your light bill and sit in the dark. It doesn't make any sense. That's not a real world solution. People are going to want real answers. And being spoken to and yelled at is not going to be something that's receptive.
Yeah, this is
Nobody
the
can
friendliest
accept that.
anybody will ever be to him speaking to him, by the way. You know what I mean? Congress people are like walking down the hallways and people are literally rushing up to them, you know what I mean? And being like, I need answers from you right. It's like, what are you going to, you got to be ready at all times. And he just didn't have any answers, man. That's really what it came down to. He just
I
didn't
don't
really
know
have
about
any.
y'all. I'm not willing to give up my retirement or my ability to wash my ass. I like to exfoliate. I like to smell good. Like,
I think the soap
I'm
and
not
water
doing
is
it.
the thing, babes.
Right.
Could you imagine how we brushing our teeth?
I was laughing through, by the way. I was muted for a while. So that Maribel would be like, Danny, say something.
Yo, did he finally leave? Praise God.
But
This
Yeah,
goofball.
he left in the middle of
Oh, he probably got mad at me. He
hold
said he
on, I gotta
wanted
This
Listen, the
dude
man said
lives in Philadelphia.
he
lives in
wanted accountability. All I'm saying is if you want to hold people accountable and you want everybody to be accountable, I'm saying let me give you some accountability.
right.
You can't even hear that. Like, damn.
F that
And
light bill.
I'm probably one of the nicer ones that's gonna be like, listen, I hear you. Because what I wanted to say is that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Like, what are we talking about here?
I mean, yeah, we gave that so much longer than we had to.
Blue.
I agree. Throw
Blue,
away that
guys,
light bill.
listen, everybody in this live, do not be nice to those people. Be mean to them.
No, man.
Because you want to know what? The second he said those stupid words came out of his mouth, I didn't like neither of the candidates. I was like, you'll be lucky if they're not deporting your black ass in the next 10 years. So stop with this nonsense.
And I just know it too. That's why I asked. I said, "Are you black?" Because you sound black, and I don't like that. It's definitely giving like Kevin Samuels vibes.
Right. Well, I thought he sounded like an Antarcticus at first. You know,
It definitely was vibing on that red pill.
That's why I thought the who he voted for question was vital, because I'm like, that tells you nowadays, it really tells you everything you need to know. And he was giving me I didn't vote at all vibes anyway, because like he said, and the man came in, you go, I want to hold people accountable, I want to make changes, I want to make effective change. I hear all these people. And then that's it. You know what I mean?
And then he said,
Meryl, I was kind of luring you.
How you can say everybody got to
He
go?
said he's running for a city council seat in Philly, right? And I was like, so people are gonna ask you, who did you vote for in a swing state in probably one of the most consequential elections in our lifetime, and you're gonna have to answer them, I didn't vote at all.
And they're
gonna look at you like a buffoon.
They are
but you also
very
have to
political
remember,
in Philly.
he can't answer a question or face constructive criticism without getting defensive and angry and saying, well, maybe this isn't for you. That's not how you reach people, right? Like, that's not how you connect with the voting public. And that's what I was trying to get across to him. I was trying to be nice about it, but he didn't want to hear what I had to say. And the fact that he didn't even attempt to research what the Biden administration accomplished during their term is concerning for me as a voter. Like, I just don't get it. And I don't see that going far. I just have to put that out there. I just don't, as somebody that works in marketing.
You know what? It sounds like for me, it comes across as lazy. Like,
Right.
he was too lazy to even, like, I don't even want to look at it. They're both bad. That's it. He didn't look at nothing.
Right.
Didn't take 5 minutes out of his day to read anything. And now he
Like,
wants
you
to come
lied.
in here and act like, I got all the answers. Bro, you won't even read our policy page. How the hell are we going to trust you to look at complex legislation to run a city? What the hell?
You lot almost had me pulling up. Y'all had me ready to pull up Schoolhouse Rock, and Danny was just making it worse and worse and worse.
I couldn't
I
do it.
promise.
I couldn't speak because I was laughing so hard. So the memes had to speak for me because I was.
Listen, I have
Danny,
a bottle of
Danny,
wine.
the part when I fell out was when you started talking and you were saying every single syllable that I was about to say. I was like, yeah, let Danny say it.
Like, what is
He don't want to hear me. He
No.
think I'm just dumb.
When Danny put that confused face, that guy that was like this.
At first, when the girl was looking down, though, oh my gosh.
I will quit paying my light bill right now.
And I was like, what?
Get that. Sunlight.
My guy said, take all your money out the stock market, take all your money out the bank. Quit
And that
paying
did
all
not
your
make any
bills.
sense. Why would anybody deliberately crash the stock market? Sell everything, and then everything's going to be cheap, and the rich people are just going to get richer. It just defeated the whole purpose of doing that.
He even started with that.
While you're
That's my
hiding your
new.
money under the bed.
Did y'all see me in the chat? I was like, open the schools, open the schools.
Hey, yo, everybody's going to be outside funky, dirty,
Yeah.
sweaty,
Sunlight and candlesticks.
broke, and uneducated. Like, that's just, yeah.
Did y'all pick up on what he said though? He said you don't have to be educated to get a city council seat.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I caught that.
Mm-mm-mm.
He said,
willing to agree with that, but I mean, can you be informed on what's going on in your city? That's the thing. Like, maybe you don't need a degree, maybe you don't need a full blown higher education, but to have no knowledge on
Economics?
what is going on, yeah, exactly. It's economic. Like, that's. I mean,
I
I'm
just want
sorry.
to give some point for this, Danny. Though Lauren Boebert. That's all I'm going to say. Okay.
But did any of you guys catch the part? He said everybody should run for city council, and that's why I was like, wait. So how many people? Like, just everybody's just. How does that work? Like, how many council members and how many senators and like how is everybody's just now the government?
Yes. That's
how does that work?
We're all going to have a seat for ourselves.
We're going to make it work. What are you talking about?
But then the thing was, I think.
Screw that. Bring back bullying. Bully people like that, though.
But I think the part that got me at the very beginning was the whole. So he said, we need checks and balances when it comes to the president. And I was like, but what you're saying we already have. Like, and that's why I was bringing up the Constitution in the first place. I was like, but that's how it's set up. Well, no. And I was like, wait a minute. That's what made me think at first, like, damn, does he even know how elections work?
Nope.
Not even a little
Because
bit.
he didn't vote for the last one.
He didn't vote for none of them. Not never.
If
He
you
talking about,
vote,
yeah, local, but
who
no,
cares?
he ain't never voted for nothing. He said he don't even know when the local elections are. Shit.
There's millions of people like him, and people like him are the reason Trump is president right now.
Right.
No, but he sounded like him. Like, the shit he was saying was like, well, if you don't like what I'm saying, then it's not for you.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what he was laying out. You know what I mean? It was very much cult leadery,
And that's why, Danny, that's why I got to the point I got to where I was like, listen, I'm just tired. I'm tired like shit.
He said, if your car broke down, if you need parts, who cares? Don't worry about it. That's when I said, yeah, you go Fred Flintstone it.
Actually, my all-time favorite was when you get evicted, talk to the sheriff, because the sheriff is like me. The sheriff. I was like, what?
I almost fell out my chair.
The sheriff is gonna look out.
Man, this is I don't necessarily dislike the lack of intelligence in that entire conversation. It's just how lazy these people sound, man. A lot of Americans, I talk to them on these lives, and they sound lazy. Like they do zero research into anything, dude. They don't know how the government works. They don't know how nothing works.
You know what it is, Bruce, is that somebody hears an idea and they just run with it. They don't do any research. They don't calculate how the idea is going to work. Founder, I'll let you speak as soon as I say this. Founder was saying, Founder was saying that she's in marketing. You have to have some form of marketing plan. And if you don't have any of those things, if you're not doing any research and you're just running with this idea, hey, I have an idea. Let's all stop paying our electric bill and let's all sit in the dark. We'll get people that work at the electric company. They won't turn off the light on us. It's not going to work. Go ahead, Founder.
This is okay, two things. This is why I say education is so important and civics should be a requirement for graduation, okay? That's number one. Number two, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I kind of picked up on the fact that he might be like FBA because a lot of them have subscribed to the psychological warfare that Donald Trump put out there. And then they decided not to vote at all, right? And that's what I've experienced being in Casso's live. I know you've seen it too, Maribel. I was purposely trying to lure him there in hopes that Casso might be able to connect with him, like in a way that I can't. But when he said he didn't even know what was accomplished under Biden, which I personally, and I don't know about anyone else, feel that Kamala had a huge influence on a lot of the things that his administration accomplished. And the fact that he didn't know these things as a part of the voting public is concerning to me when you're asking me to stop paying my light bill, my water bill, my gas bill, but you don't even know what they did with legislation or with EOs to try and, to fix our economy and the things that were happening. And that's my gravest concern.
I got a quick question. Do you guys think that he didn't like women? Because Founder and
Yes.
Blue gave him hella advice. And he just, he basically needed to say, hey, you're wrong. But I'm like, bro,
I get the impression that men who voted for Trump or chose not to vote is because they don't like women. Or
Well,
they
I don't know.
don't like a woman running the country. A woman running the country is a concept that they can't even fathom in their own imagination, to have a woman running the country. Meanwhile, there are Arab nations where women are respected. And then people want to give out this lie about how Arab women are being treated. Some of them are being treated like queens. It's just you've never been to an Arab country to know all that.
Maribel, can I ask you and Blue a question though? Did you pick up on the fact that when we spoke, he spoke over us, but when
Yes,
Danny or Bruce spoke, he didn't?
correct. He did not want to listen to you. He did not want to listen to Blue. The whole time I was talking, he was talking over. He was very upset. And I'm trying to tell him, how are you going to convey these messages? You say that you want to run for office. If a woman asks a question, what are you going to do? Are you going to interrupt her in the middle of a question and then start yelling and screaming at her how you're in the middle of talking, but you're not listening to your constituent? It's not going to work. I don't think that anybody like his personality, I don't want to say like him, but like his personality, people like that who don't allow others to speak and express themselves, you are not going to be successful. And here's my whole thing. I'm not the most perfect speaker in the world, right? I went to school, you had to take speech, and when you're in recovery, for as long as I've been in recovery, and they teach you how to talk in front of a room and share what it is that you're going through, I've learned over the years on how to express myself the same way I learned how to write, to express myself in that way, because I always felt that I wrote better than I spoke. But my thing is, you have to learn both of them. Because if you're going to make a presentation about an idea, what do you have to do once you've written out that presentation? You have to go in front of people and speak that presentation. You think people are going to read 50 pages? They're not going to read 50 pages of whatever it is that you're putting out there. You have to learn how to minimize those points and express those points so that everybody can understand you. I didn't understand anything other than take all my money out, don't pay my bills, hide my money in a mattress, and don't worry, the light guy is not going to turn off the light. That's all I got.
What his ideology actually was, if you wanted to describe it. He's talking about full communism, straight up live in a commune. I was like, this sounds a lot like a communist society a little bit. Like take your money out of the bank. It's all pulled together. I was like, that's communism, my dude. I don't know how else to describe it.
Right.
No,
And then
he
let's
didn't
go to
say
Guyana
no.
and build huts to live under.
No, he didn't say pull your money together. He just said take all your money out the bank. He didn't say nothing about giving no money to nobody. And
About everyone stopped paying their electric bill, and I was like,
your man
okay,
said stop paying all the bills. He was like, just don't pay nobody nothing. You just take all your money out the bank. He said he wants the Fed to fall. He wants the stock market to crash, all that good stuff. And I was like, okay, but when that happens, right? Then what? So he said, well, the guys, the light guys, they'll cut your lights back on. And I'm like, you do realize that you're telling people to commit crimes, right?
Right.
Yeah. You're online talking about you want to run for office, but you're telling people. Anywho, I said,
And that's
okay,
no
so
different
at
than what
that point,
DJT is doing right now.
right? But then you're asking people okay, I want you to get on board, but then you're saying it's not going to be for everybody, but everybody needs to do it. And I'm like, but that doesn't, you're talking in double speak,
Right.
and it's giving scammer. It
I
definitely
mean,
is.
there's definitely no real that's what I'd be thinking. I'm like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? That's
It's
where I got to.
it reminds me of the boosters in LA. When they would be at the trunk, you'd be at the trunk, and then they'd just be like, yeah, this is the thing, it's the thing, and you just gotta do it this way, and don't worry about that, just get it, and then you get your Canon camera home, and it's an Anon.
It's an
That's
N
just
no C.
that's just what it is.
Well, and I think that's what I was trying to get across to him, though. He's talking about a website, but if you can't effectively articulate your message, how do you even get people to said website? That's the issue. And he was getting upset with our constructive criticism, but he needs to understand that we are part of that voting public that is going to have these questions.
The man said he weren't going to put all the information on the website because he didn't feel comfortable that everybody would be okay with it.
Well,
that's what he said out his mouth.
You have to disclose everything. I mean, you can't just put part of the idea and then spring the rest as a surprise that people are just supposed to accept.
But this is what I'm saying. It's giving scammer. What are you talking about? What? If I take all my money out the bank,
not
take all
giving
my money out the bank, right?
Invest in Bitcoin. When he said invest in Bitcoin, I'm like,
but this is what I want you to
right.
I want y'all to think this through, right? The man said, take all your money out the bank. And we're like, okay, what are we doing with this money? And you're like, okay, so you're keeping all your money at the house, but then you're not paying the bills, which means that if I take all my money out the bank and then you're the light guy, right? And all my money's at the house now, but I didn't pay my light bill. And now I'm telling you to cut my lights back on. Now you know where I live.
Right.
And where all my money is.
Also, I got all this money.
I don't like none of that.
Also, we got all this money. We not spending it. We just holding it to break. What am I doing with all this paper at my house? You know what I'm saying? What? This is wallpaper. This is toilet paper at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Well, people, I think
This
it's
man,
time for us to end this live.
oh my gosh, this
Kind
man
of,
said, the man said,
I mean,
we
if
gotta
you
go to
need
sleep
10
on
more
the,
minutes to kind of vent
Guys,
everything out.
I was gonna call
we got,
ice on that dude.
we gotta go to sleep on the sheriff not putting us out the house though, because he's just like us.
I just nah, sheriff. You like me, sheriff. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah, I don't think sheriffs care very much.
I have one last thought. Americans are lazy and like convenience. So to think that they're going to take all their money out and then have to find like a way to pay their bills, or he said not pay your bills, but let's be honest, that's just not a movement that's really realistically going to happen.
Mhm.
But the reality is, as Americans, we are lazy because we've become accustomed to convenience, and I don't think he understands that.
No.
Just,
I guarantee he understood laziness real good. 'Cause I just
He
listened to him.
definitely
I was
did.
like,
He
this
definitely
dude is
did.
lazy as hell.
No, and I forget who it was, the one that said, oh, I think it was in the chat that somebody has said we are creatures of habit. We are. We are creatures of habit. And there's nothing wrong with the good habits, right? We wash ourselves, we brush our teeth, we wash our face, we take showers. You understand? These are all normal conditioning behaviors. But other things, there are probably habits that we could break. But like I said, realistically, if we said, okay, let's boycott a certain business for a month and just progress from there, those are good starting points, right? Because you start generating a habit of, okay, I'm not going to renew my Amazon membership, and then everybody does that, and then you're hurting Amazon. You're not directly hurting yourself. You may not be able to watch Prime movies, but you're not hurting yourself where you're living in the dark. And my grandmother melted, 94-year-old lady, not going to understand what's going on.
And
Abuela,
Auntie
you
ain't got
can
her
turn off
oxygen.
the lights. I'm not going to pay the light bill, okay? She's going to be like, what? It's just too
But
crazy.
I feel like we should have. I feel like Bruce Almighty, you should have been on here when we was at the point of Target, when he said that the boycotts didn't do nothing and Target didn't lose ain't losing money.
Did you say again?
I said they done pulled out Sharpton out the grave to try to save this company. I don't. They losing money.
He said, the man said that the Target boycott ain't doing nothing and Target ain't losing money.
And they are.
Not according to him. That's what you think. That's your opinion.
Mhm.
You're going off your feelings. That's what
Want
the
to know
man said. You're
something?
going off your feelings.
Something that I discovered. I was recently at Target, and because of the boycott, the grocery prices are lower than everybody else's.
Wow.
I bet they are too. They trying to get rid of stuff so they can kind of make some kind of money back.
Exactly. Well, everybody, I guess we'll be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat station.
Oh,
All right, y'all.
I
All right.
cannot guarantee this level of entertainment, but we'll see who we can bring in.
I do not understand how you guys had enough patience to keep that dude on that long, man. I'd have cut him off. Like 10 minutes into him talking at him, like, you're gone, brother.
It was those memes that Danny was putting up that kept it going.
Boy, that
Danny
was funny
had,
as hell.
when Danny put up the T-Rex eye, I was done.
Because I told him in the chat, I said, put the reptile eye.
Couldn't go. I mean, look, I believed in him in the beginning, and I did believe in him at first, but he lost my vote. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, it went left real quick.
that's what he needs to work on, though, because the more he talks people out of him believing in him.
Right? You had me sold. I was I'm like, yeah, accountable. That's what. Yes. And then I was like, oh no, you're not the guy. It's not.
And I
you.
was like, how do we help him like get that foundation going? I meant that. I
Let
really
me tell
meant
you
that when I
something.
was saying let's
You
work on that
can't
foundation.
you can't help everybody. Some of these people
No.
need to be left behind. That's all there is to it.
I know. I'm
Yep.
listening. I'm listening to Sister Harriet. She said, you can't take everybody, and some of them, you got to knock them out,
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
because otherwise they're gonna tell, and they're gonna
Exactly.
tell your location too.
Yep. And she was not playing back then. Maybe we all need to have a little bit of Harriet in us.
And she couldn't save everybody. She tried.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Well, have a good night. Thank you for making this probably one of the best lives I've had in a long time.
Good night. Don't
Good
pay
night,
your
y'all.
phone bill. It's okay.
That
I
man said he
appreciate
had
y'all.
50 people that agree with him, and it wasn't none of us.
I was like, I want to meet those people.
I
He,
feel bad for them 50 people
he
because
said
they're going to be
he's just aware
thinking.
that we are not the people for him.
Right. It had to be
Yet he
America Live he
stayed.
was on.
Had to be.
Had to be America Live. All right, guys. Have a good night.
Keep going,
You
guys.
too. Bye, guys.